Just another couple of minutes. I need to make posts. Unfortunately, as often happens, right before the stream, it's getting ready to turn things on, and things seemed a little bit fucky, so I had to do some last-minute interior redesign of my fucking computer systems and fix it. Still managed to start basically on time though. No 15-minute or 30-minute lag, which is good. I'm happy about that. Also, unless I find out something unsavory about this playlist, it will be reappearing during the actual spooky season. 100%. It's really, really nice. It's like a nice, neutral, very clearly, distinctly spooky sounding playlist, but also no lyrics and not like just straight up ghouls and ghost sounds. You know what I mean? Which it can be good too. You know, maybe I'll play some of Trippy Red spooky sounds during a playlist. You don't know. Maybe I'll use them as Foley in an upcoming audio. Who knows? Anything's possible. But I'll be actually live shortly. I do want to say hi because we're about 5 minutes in. I'm excited to see what happens. I think it's gonna be good. Also, I thought about posting about this, but I feel like I realized that I definitely haven't. Like, there are definitely people who are like fixated on and extremely vocal fans of different properties that post way more than I do. But I do feel like, because I don't have anything else that I'm posting about, the density of the posts is a bit much for posting about To Kill Eros all the time. But I was thinking about the difference between Vitale and Dr. Love, and just their approaches, like similarity but difference in their approaches. Like, they're both kind of distanced from Melrose, or it's not MC because there's actually named main character, but in Vitale's case he's more passionate but actually cold, whereas Dr. Love is very warm but is withholding. You know what I mean? Very simple, like not something really, just a one-off post that I would have put on Tumblr, but I was like, let me calm down. Let me take it step by step. And also, who knows if it's even correct? We're only barely halfway through his run. It could be hogwash. I haven't been wrong yet about like the general behavioral quirks of the characters. Plot points, for sure. But I probably wouldn't have been wrong, but I just didn't want to do it. I didn't want to, so I didn't. Talking about it here instead. Let me shut up and make the posts, and I will be back in like hopefully less than 3 minutes. Alright, the base post is made. I'll post the others as I read. Hi. How are you? Hopefully well. I hope. Okay, I disconnected. I was like, what's going on? Hopefully you're well. Hopefully everything in your day and your life is going well. Hopefully you're ready like I am to see where this is going and how it will end. I'm excited. I'm intrigued. I'm a little bit scared. I'm not really that scared. I'm only scared because I don't remember what voice I was doing for Thanatos, and it's probably going to end up being it's probably going to end up being something different than it was last time. Sorry for Mario Judaing on you. Sometimes you just gotta. Sometimes that's just how it is. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I don't know if there's going to be additional content. I said I was going to talk about the other visual novel that this reminds me of, and that the creator said was part of, is part of visual novels that they consumed in the past and are aware of. But it has like a secret storyline in it later on once you finish the first 3. So it'd be kind of dope if this one has one too. But it is a lot of work. And again, this is a solo dev who made all of the content, everything that we're seeing, experiencing, enjoying. And I respect the level of work it takes to do that for 3 whole routes, much less 4. So yes, let's go. Where did we leave off? Oh yes, we had just gone into the bar for some reason. No idea, because it was the start of the section. No reason why I have no idea why we were there and what we'll be doing. Let's find out, I guess. After our stalemate. Oh yeah. Okay, wait. So Thanatos showed up and was mad because we were stealing his kills, or Vitale was stealing his kills, which is gonna have to make him do more paperwork, and doesn't like that. And then he spilled the beans about who Vitale was, but Vitale didn't want Melrose to know who he was because he wanted to ask him a question that would require him to not have prior knowledge of what aspect he represents, what human emotion he represents. So now he's in a pissy mood, and he doesn't want to do anything with us or with Melrose, and so they're not talking right now. They're in the Act 2 fight phase, right? After our stalemate, the days went by in a continuous funk. A battle of wits. Which one of us would crack first? Honestly, going from feeling like I was the apple of someone's eye to feeling their immense absence felt worse than any breakup. The worst part is that Vitale was likely somewhere watching me and simply choosing to avoid me. Choosing to keep things as they are because the god of fatal attraction does not want to talk about being the god of fatal attraction. When you say it like that, it sounds silly. Probably because it is. And for what? I had every right to be concerned. Every right to feel weary if he lingered around me with such a concept. He claimed to have been watching me for a long time, knowing that I nearly died to it. That had to mean something to him, right? Oh, I guess that's what happened in the bad ending when Asher kills you. Someone pulls Asher off of you, but it's too late because you've already died. It's probably Vitale, and Vitale probably kills Asher in that bad ending, but we're not alive to see it.
Not again, Melrose. We talked about this.
My turtleneck. Oh. About what?
Getting hammered. Honestly, what has you drinking this time?
Boyfriend issues. I paused.
Boyfriend?
Ugh. I dragged a hand over my face. Boyfriend? Really? What the hell was I on about? Vitale and I weren't dating. Did something like that even occur as a thought to a god? Still, in a world where things were normal between us, that didn't sound half bad. I almost felt embarrassed, groaning and laying my head on the counter. I want to throw up.
Another thing we talked about that you should totally remember to do in the restroom. So this boyfriend, it isn't handy, right?
Hell no. I'd rather break his fucking neck.
Good thing he's not working a shift here tonight. He's at the other building.
Who cares? My phone vibrated in my pocket and I slipped it out to look at the caller ID. To my surprise, it was Marlo. She never called this late. Usually, Esmond occupied her time. I stared at her name.
Oh, Marlo! How's she doing? She moved a month or two ago, yeah?
I hope this is satisfying. I hope you're getting lots of ASMR from Clive's voice. Yeah. Left me here. I continued to let the phone ring, staring at her number. Why are you punishing Marlo? Didn't we just watch a sequence where you talked about how good of besties you are and cried all over each other? Anyway.
Are you gonna answer it?
Oh. Right. Yeah. Before the last ring, I answered it and found myself greeted with a ghost. Or rather, Marlo was wearing one of those $1 facial masks. I hadn't realized that the call was a video chat and not just a regular one, so when she saw my plastered face against the countertop, she immediately went full nag. Are you seriously drunk at Solar right now? Yeah. It's almost midnight. Don't tell me you went by yourself. Where's your drinking buddy? Clive is my drinking buddy. Clive is the damn bartender, not your drinking partner, May. And hey, hope Solar's running well.
Still good business as always, Marlo. Be sure to come back and visit sometime.
Dude, I miss the screwball drinks there. Esmond and I will definitely stop by again. I stared at her quietly as she carried on with Clive, feeling a small pang in my chest. I couldn't escape missing her, but I guess it felt even worse tonight.
Oh yeah, Melrose is having some boyfriend trouble. I don't know how to help with that. Excuse me.
Someone flagged Clive down for a drink, and he slipped off right after snitching on my non-existent love life. Boyfriend? First, congrats. But second, why the hell am I learning this late? Where's the tea bag been? The tea bag? For the tea? Presumably. I mixed up. I called him my boyfriend. We're not dating. Aw. Boo. Do you like him, though? It's complicated. Doesn't sound new, but at least you're giving it thought instead of jumping head first. What's he like? He's sexy. Aren't they all? Except Hendy. No, I mean, he knows it. He knows I think that about him. And he feeds into it. It's unfair. I can't even stay mad at him. Oh no, mate. Not the face again. You're not falling into some trap over there, right? I wobbled my head, attempting to agree and disagree, but it only confused her. What kind of answer is that? He makes me feel overwhelmed in a special way. Is this conversation headed into R-rated territory? Because no. Even if I think that as well. Already? You didn't. No, not all the way. Of course. I guess Morose doesn't give it up on the first night. You know what? Good for him. Forming the words to express how Vitale made me feel was challenging. No person I've dated has matched the elegance with which he carries himself. It made sense. He wasn't human. His level of beauty, both inward and outward, is otherworldly. Despite that, it's the simplest things that make me vulnerable. Everything he does feels like it's for me, or with me in mind. Oh, you know what? I was like, why is it so quiet? Because I turned off the game music so it wouldn't interfere with the lo-fi music. Apologies. Sorry. I love his attention. He can go anywhere else, do anything else, and somehow he still comes back to me. He has no reason to. He's better than me. I don't belong in his world, and yet he looks at me like nothing else matters. And we're fighting. We're fighting over something so dumb. As if he's afraid of my opinion. My lowly opinion. He wants to continue like we've been. First of all, your opinion would never be a lowly one. And second, I think that's why he's scared. Because he thinks highly of what you have to say. I don't know why. I'm just a human whom he's picked to answer a question that he won't even tell me about. Why should I matter that much to him? I learned something about him. A secret he's been keeping from me. He's aware that I know now, and he doesn't want to address it. Oh God. Please don't say he's like some deep web jerk. Or worse, a freaking cult leader. I chuckled, and she laughed in response at her own dorky guesses. She may have been exaggerating, but I've dated or had a thing with plenty of men and women from different walks. It wouldn't be surprising if it happened. No, it's just something. Oh. How bad is the secret? It's definitely something. So bad you can't even tell me? Or hint about it? he's the god of fatal attraction. I wouldn't even say it if I were sober. Sorry, I wouldn't even say that if I were sober. It's not that bad. It's just something. I don't trust that. I need to assess this guy myself. Actually, I was calling because of the welcoming party. We'll be having it this upcoming Saturday. Saturday? Perfect day for making body-changing mistakes, am I right? You're lucky that you're cute. Do you realize what you just said to me? She snickered cheekily as I pouted. Oh, she was so lucky. I'd made this terrible mistake twice in my life. I didn't want to make a third. Still, my mind wandered at the thought of having Vitale's name on my body. Knowing him, he might actually appreciate the declaration. Gaze upon every letter of his name. Tease me for daring to brand myself as belonging to him. My thoughts wandered to the choker around my neck. Shit. So much for not wanting to be someone's possession. Maybe you two could come here together. That way, I can meet him. Or that way I can meet him. I'll definitely talk you out of getting a tattoo of his name. Of course. I'm not sure. About coming to the party? I don't have any plans, but things are so complicated right now. Something may come up. Marlo's expression soured a bit when I said that. A skeptical eye raised as she observed me. Whatever she thought remained unknown as she nodded understandingly instead. Shortly after, she went into badgering me to take my ass home, so I paid for my drink and staggered my way down the sidewalk with her keeping me company in the dark of night. Although it was just her voice, it reminded me of the many times we'd gone home together like this, monkeying around, which often leads to me taking a spill on the ground. Water break? The way she'd laugh and help me back up. And then once back home, we'd crawl into our pajamas and huddle up on the couch, passing out to old slasher films. Mar. Yeah? We'll always be friends, right? Damn straight. You will never get rid of me, bro. Now focus up and get your tail home. Okay. I picked up my pace into a light sprint at her command and completely ate shit on the sidewalk. May? May? What happened? Ouch. Oh, fuck. I'm okay. Slowly picking myself up off the ground, I examined the fresh cut on my left palm from a stray bottle, and then looked behind me. Smashed against the pavement was an air conditioner that had fallen from someone's townhouse window. Oh, you didn't fall. I was like, how did falling over make that much noise? That's not what happened. Well, it narrowly fell behind me. It was enough to startle me into falling. Is Thanatos trying to kill you as recompense for having to do extra paperwork? Is that... I don't think that's how that works. I feel like that's not. I guess we'll find out. Vitale won't take this lightly if someone's trying to kill you. While it narrowly fell behind me, it was enough to startle me into falling as well, clearly. Luckily, I didn't crack my phone, or today would be a lot shittier than I thought. It wasn't a drunk walk home unless I fell on the way. That was for sure. Someone's aircon fell out. It didn't hit me, but I'm a little shaken. Guess you can say it's God's way of sobering you up. Now hurry up and get home, please. Yes, ma'am. Something is afoot. Waking up the next morning, I felt inspired enough not to waste money at Petal Latte for breakfast. I even thought of prepping for lunch and dinner afterward. Look at you, Melrose. Since I intended to work from noon onward, having food ready would keep me from waltzing into a restaurant instead. Rose. Alright, let me assume the position so I have enough space to like pretend my voice is quite that deep. Vitale wanted my attention. For the past 5 minutes, he would say my name and nothing else. He's just been staring over you while you cook. That sounds like his vibe. I glanced at him, but continued tending to the multiple skillets I had going. Huh? Fed up with my non-responses, Vitale grabbed my wrist, and I winced, feeling the pain from last night's injury. He peeled the bandage off and examined the gash. How did this happen? I fell. I thought you watched everything, shouldn't you know that? He didn't bother to comment on my snarky addition, choosing to stare at my wound instead. The wound appears nasty. A deep incision. Does it hurt? Right now, yes, because you're messing with... Vitale kissed the palm of my hand. A tingling coolness seeped into the gash, washing against the pain I felt, easing the hot throb. I'm sure my face flushed red, but he focused on my hand more than anything else. Anxiety bubbled within me, watching him treat my injury so delicately. Why? What does being near me... What does tending to my wounds mean to him? What does any of it mean to him? He has to care about me. This couldn't all be an act. It couldn't be that he was waiting for the inevitable of someone taking me out or something, right? Waiting to see the results of his concept someday. I snatched my hand away. I'm fine. But the next moment, I wasn't. Ah, fucking hell! In my effort to pull away from Vitale, my hand swung back too far, pushing one skillet aside. The grease popped onto my skin and my sleeve caught fire. Oh, screaming. Rose! He was quick to extinguish the flame, but I ran into the bathroom, slamming the door behind me. Maybe it was unfair to get upset at him for the injury I'd just given myself, but if he hadn't been distracting me in the first place... His hand passed through the door, of course, grabbing my wrist again before he fully stepped into the bathroom. Come here. I can handle... Shut up. He dragged me to the sink and turned on the faucet, forcing my hand under the cold water. I bit my lip to hold in the groan and focused on breathing to ignore the stinging. My eyes wandered up from the water, running over our hands to the mirror. He looked troubled again, full of concern. I stared at his face, leaning back against his chest while he tended to the burn. After the pain eased enough, I pointed out the first aid kit for him to treat my hand. Applying ointment to the burn, he replaced the patch on the gash. Same hand? Damn. Sorry? had the headphones off of my head, so I heard this like weird noise. I'm like, what the hell are they doing? What is this music? We sat in silence. The chattering of the TV playing some cartoon filled the room. I wasn't the one to put it on, so I could only expect that Vitale had done it. Come to think of it, the little animals looked a lot like those capsule pets I won for him at the amusement park some time ago. The otter was Vitale's favorite character. Paying close attention, it seemed to be the butt of everyone's jokes. Clearly, it was for gag and comedic purposes, but I couldn't help thinking it probably sucked to be him. I turned your stove off, but assuming it didn't finish cooking itself from the hot skillet, it's safe for you to finish making your food. Sorry. I don't think I've hit the right stride on his voice yet. I'm gonna try and read it again. Thank you for your patience. I turned your stove off, but assuming it didn't finish cooking itself from the hot skillet, I think it's safe for you to finish making your food. Thanks. He won't look me in the eye. No need. This is the least you could thank me for. Watching him caress my injured hand made him appear oddly timid. Thank you anyway. The torrent of uneasiness hadn't vanished, yet I leaned forward and grazed his lips in a chaste kiss. His eyes lingered on my lips when I pulled back, but he didn't chase them. Because of course he wouldn't. Rejecting his gestures and giving him the cold shoulder meant I needed space. That's how it translated to him. He was honoring the distance. But I'm sure he knew I didn't want space at all. Nor did I need it. I ask that you be more careful, Rosie. You've always been one to stumble into trouble. His hand untangled from mine. But your clumsiness could lead to greater injury at this point. Trying to nag me? You are the last person in existence that I want to see something terrible happen to. Do as you please, but do so with care and caution. I do not wish to see you die. Without another word, he stood from the couch and exited the room, disappearing into the guest room. Not even a second passed before I sprang up and ran after him. Vitale! I clung to him, arms wrapped securely around his waist, face pressed into his back. I held him. Stop leaving. It's not helping anything. You keep coming back here and being gentle and sweet-talking me. The moment I bring up Thanatos or snub you, you run away from me. What do you want from me? Why are you here? He passed through my arms like a ghost, turning to face me stoically. What do you want from me, Rose? Stop giving me questions and answer me. Stop leaving. Stay here. Am I allowed to ask that of him? Am I allowed to ask that of him? We're not equals. My vulnerable, clingy feelings should have no sway over him. But Vitale's lips found mine so passionately that there was no reason to believe they shouldn't. A passion so hot, my body felt akin to a melting candle locked in his arms. A biting warmth followed his Already? I mean, I guess we were headed that way. They didn't solve anything. They're just having makeup sex, which I guess, is allowed. A biting warmth followed his mouth that eased down my neck, threatening my pulse. If I were in any pain, any danger of dying, I couldn't feel it. All engulfed by the pleasure blooming inside me. The rippling sensation of his fingertips running along my bare spine flooded my mind with clouds. More. Kiss. Blushing again. Of course. Effortless. No hesitation. His lips returned to mine. Just like him, returning to me. Desperation to breathe between each kiss hardly mattered. Vitale's response to my whims, adjusting to what I wanted. How long had it been since I felt treasured? Had I ever felt this way? The question scrambled as with everything else in my mind except him. All for me. A god like this for me. Tugging the collar of his shirt, I deepened the kiss, biting his lip, chasing his tongue, lost in the intoxication of him. Hearing his voice escape in raspy, quiet moans returned my senses, following the shock of being driven against the wall. His hand slipped to my pants and seized them urgently. Here. Wait, no. Vitale pulled back with feverish eyes, his forehead gently pressed against mine. Repeat yourself again. Not here. Not in this room. It may not be Marlowe's room anymore, but it had been hers. It would be awkward to do anything here. All right. One more gentle kiss to my lips, then to my cheek before he retreated. Eyes soft, he brushed a finger along my cheek and rested his hand on my shoulder. And we teleported into the other room. Marlowe's room faded, replaced by my own. The tips of his fingers guided me backwards until the back of my calves touched the bed frame. With bated breath, I took his hands and brought them to my pants once again. Those intense eyes reflected nothing but myself, just as they had when we'd first met. I swallowed hard, working up the courage to hold his gaze, to match him. I kind of hate these because I never know what I'm reacting to, but he's crying again. Ugh. What happened? With a sudden cry of pain, Vitale distanced himself from me, hands hovering near his beating heart. The pained expression warped into immense rage. His eyes, wide and erect, darted to the bedroom window. The watcher is being watched? Vitale. I have to go. But I will return to you. But I must go. When I reached to grab his wrist, he faded away in a plume of black smoke. Whether out of defeat or exhaustion, I collapsed to my knees. He was gone. Again. The silence of the room rang twice as loud compared to every other time. My swollen lips, the scrapes on my back, the bites on my neck, and my hand injury all ached at once. Come back soon. They're both so down bad, actually. Intermission. Intermission. This is Thanatos. Oh my god. Bro's got a whole section. I don't even know what I'm doing. What voice was I doing? I'm just gonna make another one up. Who cares? Who cares? I mean, I care, kind of. I think this is kind of goofy, but it'll work. Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back, and it keeps doing so. Death follows behind each choice, each decision with hawkish eyes, waiting patiently as he should. All things must die someday, and he will be here to claim it. Of the gods, Thanatos had been the one to leave most beings weary. I guess it's about him, not from him, but might as well practice anyway. Even those of his kind. So having him skulk about the human realm, trailing another god no less, was bound to attract the attention of those concerned. Those concerned were Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. For a time, she'd peek an eye toward her adversary. Which one? Vitale specifically? Well, I guess, yeah, actually. Excuse me. While the god of fatal attraction had hardly been a threat to her across myriads, she dreaded the time when he would become it. An untrusted god, mocked and diminished in his worth or relevancy. He had every reason to hate her. Did he? Untrusted, mocked and diminished in his worth or relevancy. What happened? Are we gonna find out? I hope so. I hope we're finding out right now. I'd like to know. Every reason to decide to encroach on her territory and meddle in her affairs. Seeing Thanatos, the god of death, in his shadow, Aphrodite couldn't bite back the urge to know. It had been some time since she'd set foot onto the mortal plane. Today it was a must. She couldn't afford to invite Thanatos to Thespe. Undoubtedly, there would be trouble. Instead, she approached him deep in the woods, where the god observed Vitale claiming the life of yet another sinful being. Merciless and unforgiving, the dirt stained red and soaked with the blood of the assailant. Shortly after, the bloodied god lowered to his knees before the slain victim, pulling them into an embrace. His lips moved, lost as a whisper in the midnight sound. He has no shame, always meddling with human affairs, yes? They're only doing as he wishes, and yet he tries to feign some kind of human virtue towards it. She joined Thanatos' side, looking up at him with a hint of a smirk. However, Thanatos lacked mirth about the situation. One heel turned and the other followed suit, leaving the ritual that he'd just witnessed behind. Did I offend? I merely meant to strike conversation. I'm aware, but I have no words to spare. Speak your intentions or else leave me be. Aphrodite strolled beside him. Blah. I'm getting ready to do her voice again, and I'm sorry. Aphrodite strolled beside him, glancing back at Vitale hard at work honoring the dead. I'm curious as to why you're tailing the god of fatal attraction. I've kept my eyes on him, as he's always struck me as embittered toward the rest of us. Has he done something grievous? No different from what you have just witnessed. However, I've grown tired of these repeated offenses toward my work. I aim to teach the young god a lesson. He who effortlessly claims the heart of those who are not afraid... He who effortlessly claims the heart of those who are not yet fated to die will learn the value of fate. So he's younger than they are. The goddess of beauty twinkled at the prospect. Vitale had stepped on a landmine with Thanatos, and he would receive punishment. One she believed he needed direly. Anything to keep the lesser god at his lowest. Sure enough, you can handle this punishment yourself. But if I may assist you, I am more than willing. If it will teach him to respect us higher gods. Death stared at her as he did anyone else, with indifference. A moment of silence passed with the wind before he donned a smirk, slowing his stride to assume her pace. I don't like the voice I'm doing for him, but I also don't care. Will I regret it if it becomes, like, important? If there's, like, a powerful emotional beat for Thanatos? I will regret it. I'll be sad about it, but... What else am I gonna... What do you want me to do? I can't do a voice that sounds too much like Vitale's voice, or I'll definitely get confused. Worse than I already am. Anyway. Marlo phoned midweek, telling me she had a surprise planned. Without any idea of what it was, I showed up to the park to pick something up from Grandma. As much as she tried not to be, Marlo had a habit of being spontaneous, which didn't exactly come as a bother to me. Usually. Today I just wasn't in the mood for much of anything. Every day since Vitale vanished has been rough enough to believe that I might be in hell right now. That bad? But the guilt of leading toward being a no-show on her opening night kept me from complaining. Whatever request she wanted from me would serve as penance. I was expecting to find Grandma, but my jaw dropped upon seeing Marlo there in the flesh. What happened here? Mar? May! She rushed at me full speed, slowing to a walk when she registered my appearance. Her smile dimmed with concern, but she still opened her arms to embrace me. Geez, what's all this, huh? It hasn't been my week, to be honest. Just this morning, I almost got choked out by the elevator door. Is Thanatos doing this? How the hell did you manage that? Hood got caught between the doors. I slipped out of it, so I'm fine. That sounds rough, man. Glad you're okay. Yeah, thanks. I hadn't registered that Esmond was here. In fact, I'd only just realized that there was a small gathering of people opposite us. Grandma also seemed to be there with some familiar tenants. So what's this? Marlo said it seemed like you might not make it to the opening night this Saturday. So we grabbed some of the crew and came here. Couldn't get everyone since it was short notice, but yeah. Since we didn't want to burden you with coming out there, we came to you. Now we can celebrate the opening of our shop with old friends. I'm sorry, I don't care. I don't care about Esmond's voice. And this party can have alcohol. She cheered, pointing at the cooler full of various drinks, from water and alcohol to little juice bottles. But I implore you specifically to drink less today. Taking shots at me because I look like shit now? No, but I want to make sure you're sober enough to walk through your door without getting a knot on your forehead. You've got enough clumsy decorations for the month. I'm not going to be responsible for adding one more to the bunch. Ha ha. He's even got like... Have you not been sleeping? What? The lovebirds chuckled at my pouting, and we joined the others in the gathering. It surprised me that she'd pulled together something so small and engaging in only 3 days. laughing this much, smiling till my jaws hurt, rolling in the grass like a big kid with a water gun. The feeling of a space in my heart being filled, something I'd been missing for a while. It was my best friend, the only person in this world to extend so much of herself to me, no matter what. And then I thought of Vitale, and how he'd been missing since I burned my hand. How I yearned to see him. How I wished he were here, even if no one could see him but me. Something told me he'd enjoy being here, even if I couldn't imagine him partaking in anything we were doing. The thought of him observing our antics would leave him amused. I almost thought of calling his name. What if he doesn't come? Is he even watching anymore? I missed him. Hey, May! Keen has a temporary solution to your Hemdy problem. I mean, you can always come to the shop, but you remember these, right? Ever had them when you were a kid? She showed me a stick-on tattoo. The kind you have to peel the plastic off and apply by soaking the back with water. They were usually cheap as hell. Probably wouldn't even last a day or two, but I found myself laughing anyway. He used to put them on his face. And mine. So many times waking up with dumb little tats on. You look pretty good with a third eye. Hell no! I got called Cyclops for a week, jerk. Ugh. She made a bratty face at me before pointing out my ankle tattoo to her coworker. I looked down at it, feeling the slightest bit of shame and regret before the guy took my ankle in his hand.
Marie, can you grab a water bottle and some paper towels?
Oh yeah! Operation Remove Hendy. More like covering him up. I watched her scamper over to Esmond and batter him for the paper towels before breaking my gaze to watch the guy peel off the cover and wrap my ankle with it.
It's not much, but I brought these to help advertise the shop.
Greeniso? Greeniso? Greenisu. I don't know. It's a bit of a distant drive, but we artists are worth it. Greenisu. If you really want this covered, I'll give you a discount since you're my boss's friend. Cool. I see a hint of another tattoo over there. Looked at my other ankle, giving me a look as if to both legs, Melrose, giving me a look as if to ask permission to view it. I shrugged and he lifted the pants leg to reveal the cluster of butterflies and roses that scaled up to my knee. Oh. Nice.
How long did it take for this one?
They finished it in one session, I think. I have multiple tattoos, actually. Did he tell you that he designed that? He also did mine. See? Marlo gestured to the tattoo across her chest with an enormous grin. Wait, isn't that his name? Yep. Long story short, we were 20, drunk, and a tattoo parlor existed. It was all over. I think it was the first tattoo I got. Or was it? My stomach tattoo was around the same time, I think. It was after that one. Yeah? Yeah, you're right.
How does Esmond feel about that?
What do you mean?
I know you said Melrose is your friend. I'm just saying it must be awkward for Esmond, since you don't have a tattoo for him.
Why are you instigating? Actually. Marlo raised a brow and sized the guy up. Isn't she your boss? But he quickly laughed it off to change the tune. There was no secret to the implication he was making, and I'm sure it probably was strange. I wouldn't be surprised if it bothered Esmond. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't even like me. Things have always been strange between us, and he always seemed to walk on eggshells around me. The whole thing was a sticky situation for us both, with Marlowe at the epicenter, but I'd long since accepted the way things are, even if I bitch about it. The party extended into the night, and the occasional company of random parkgoers did some good for Marlowe's advertising. It was to be seen whether they wanted weird randos popping up on the greener side of the world, but they did well today. I didn't honor Marlowe's request. I tried managing a beer or two, but after a while I needed something stronger to get through seeing the immense amount of PDA from all the couples present at the gathering. A shot for every kiss, every I love you, and every flirtatious exchange. Are you trying to die? Yeah. Hello? Am I dead? He's hammered, guys. I told you not to drink too much. He's so hard-headed. That's Melrose for you. Hey, I'll take him back so you guys can start packing up stuff. No. I can take care of... Hush, you can barely keep your eyes open. Flicking my forehead, she turned her attention to Esmond, standing on her tiptoes so he leaned down for a kiss. Nothing could conceal the grimace on my face. Thanks, babe. I'll join you guys after we get everything together here. Okay? Take care of him. May, be a good boy and don't give him trouble. He's your voice of reason right now. She patted my head in a teasing fashion, and my entire soul cringed, generating the ugliest face I can muster. Oh God, please don't make that face. The walk home was an uphill battle. Without Marlowe to balance it out, I contributed to most of our stumbles and falls. All the while, Esmond couldn't stop laughing at me. It was odd. By the grace of some god, we managed to get into Nelmond and head up the stairs with my weight threatening to roll us back down. I'd have taken the elevator, but I imagine you're probably still shaken by this morning. Shit happens. True. Shit happens so much that I wonder how you manage. Me? Who else? You think I'm talking to a damn wall? Just take it one step at a time. Reflect and regroup, Melrose. Reflect and regroup, Melrose. That's all I do. That's how you deal with me? Reflect and regroup? He leaned me against the frame next to my apartment door and offered a look of confusion while retrieving Marlowe's old house key. I don't understand. You don't like me, right? Marlowe's best friend. Her friend that is a boy. The best in her life. My mouth had formed a mind of its own, and despite my words, I felt massive embarrassment for even uttering them. Even more so with Esmond's shocked face that slowly took on a more serious expression. I don't hate you, Melrose. He opened the front door and helped me inside, closing it behind us. I pushed away from him, stumbling onto the floor, but I chuckled regardless. Yeah, right. You're her fiancé. And yet, you've had to put up with our oddly close bond. It had to have bothered you once. Don't lie to me. I continued to chuckle, looking up at him from my spot on the ground. Esmond furrowed his eyebrows, shaking his head in response. It never bothered me. Not even this conversation right now. Marlo has my name literally tattooed across her chest. How the fuck does that not bother you? I'm trying to do like a drunk voice. I don't think it's coming across well, but I don't want to slur my words, but I think it's a mess. I think not the writing, but me. Anyway, she had you come out here impromptu just to plan a party for me. She's always finding time to text and talk to me. Hell, she probably talks a fuck ton about me. How can you stand that shit? Especially with the way that I treat you. All the remarks, buzzkill moodiness. You don't want to deck me in the face? Any attempt to hold back my words died. The muzzle was lost to the trash, and everything I'd been wanting to say, everything I'd been shoving down for an entire year, overflowed. I'm a bitch of a friend. And a train wreck who can't get his shit together. For so long, I've depended on her, no matter who she's with. It was always her and me. Even being in separate relationships when shit hit the fan, she was always the one to help pick me up. I tried to be special to her. I tried to be special to her in a way that even if she wouldn't be mine, she'd still be with me. And you should feel angry. You should tell her to get rid of me. She's your fiance, Esmond. There's no place for me. There's no one for me anymore. A sob escaped my throat, and my blurry eyes called forth the realization that I just spilled my biggest secret to Esmond of all people. And that was the shittiest thing I could have ever done. None of this was his fault. None of it was Marlowe's fault. It was all mine, for taking every bit of affection and every crumb of care and wanting more from it. More and more and more. Friends? It wasn't enough. Family? It wasn't enough. I wanted someone to love and hold me as if I were the only thing that mattered to them. Like I meant more than anyone else in the world. Like they couldn't live without me. With all the love that Marlo had given me since childhood, she couldn't give me what I wanted. I've known this for so long, but that doesn't make the pain any less painful, because there's no one to ease or take it away. I won't tell her to get rid of you, and I won't tell her to stay away from you. None of that. Why? It may not be the way you want it, but you mean the world to Marlo, Melrose. You know more than I that she's never known her family. Never had one of her own until she met you, and then the landlady. You're her brother just as much as you're her best friend. She needs you, and you need her. I'll be damned if I let some petty thing make me feel threatened by your bond. Esmond kneeled and extended his hand to me, eyes earnest. It's okay. There's no hate here. Only love, man. My throat seized for air, and I erupted into a loud cry, shaking as I accepted his hand. Without hesitation, Esmond hugged me, patting my back. What the hell? You're all right. We've got your back, Melrose. Marlowe and I aren't gonna let you fall. Okay? Okay. For the first time, I didn't feel consumed with jealousy for Esmond. I'd always known that when they proposed to each other, they were meant to be. Rose had done well in pairing them. Esmond would undoubtedly make Marlowe the happiest woman alive, and I was thankful. She deserved it. If I couldn't have her, then I could be content with supporting her. I could crumble. Huh? That sound. Small pieces of the ceiling dusted onto our shoulders and a hole formed. Move out of the way! Esmond tackled me against the apartment wall. The ceiling caved in, shaking the foundation of the entire building. The smoke sailed through the air with both of us coughing, but thankfully untouched. I didn't think Nauman had poor built. It's not supposed to. The landlady said it passed its most recent inspection. To have the ceiling cave in like that. I looked up at the hole in the roof, managing to catch a glimpse of someone white before the room began to shake again. Something white. A facilitator? A ghost? If we stay here, it'll collapse. Come on! Esmond helped me up, rushing to open the door. Debris continued to crash through the ceiling. Ah! Before I could make it through the door, the floor jutted beneath my foot. My body flew clean over the railing, but Esmond's tight grasp of my hand kept me from plummeting to my death. What is going on? Neighbors from other parts of the building came flooding out of their apartment rooms. Don't look down! Keep holding my hand! As he said that, the balcony ledge cracked and a piece broke off, bringing Esmond to the floor as he tried holding on to me. Something popped, maybe a bone, but his face twisted and he bit his lip, hand tightening on mine. Esmond! I got you. Don't worry about me. Use your other hand so I can pull you up. What? The apartment continued to rumble around us, and the screams and shock of our neighbors carried throughout the street. Esmond appeared to be in so much pain trying to keep his hold on me, but his grip didn't falter. Then I heard the sound of the floor cracking bit by bit. Esmond! Grab my hand, Melrose. If I do that, you'll fucking fall too. I just said I wasn't gonna let you fall, damn it. Trust me. Okay. Tears threatened to seize my eyes again, but as my vision blurred, I encountered the ghost of something cruel. Hovering behind Esmond was Lacey's ex-boyfriend, staring at me with his cold, dead eyes. Melrose! What's going on? I pinched my eyes closed and used my free hand to grab onto Esmond's. Now wasn't the time to be getting distracted by hallucinations. Don't let go. I'm gonna try pulling you up. I did such a stupid voice for Esmond, and now I have to suffer with it. It's alright. Be mindful of your arm. I wasn't sure what had happened, but I was sure that I had taken it. I don't know. I wasn't sure what had happened, but I was sure that it had taken a nasty blow. Regardless, Esmond used all of his strength to pull me back onto the balcony and to the safer part that hadn't collapsed. Down below, neighbors lined the streets and sidewalk, slowing down any cars that tried to pass through. I could see Marlowe pushing her way through the people. Don't go in the building! Stay down there! She froze in place, helplessly looking at both of us as if she wanted to cry. If she came in, she'd just add to the already dangerous situation that we were in. For now, Esmond and I were safe, but there was no way down. Behind us, the rubble blocked the path to the staircase, and the balcony was split with a gap too huge to jump to the other side. We were stuck, unless we took our chances with the ledge again.
I don't see a way down. We can probably hold out here until the fire department gets here.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Hella sobered up, too.
I know that's right.
I'm sorry, Esmond. Being an ass all the time.
I get it. Honestly, I kind of handled it like the whole Dad, you gotta impress for him to give you his daughter situation.
Sounds about right. Minus the whole unrequited thing. We leaned against the wall, staring at the lights of the other building. It felt like things were over. Sirens sounded in the distance. Sharing a look at each other, we laughed. Then Esmond suddenly passed out. Esmond? Hey! I grabbed the arm that hadn't been injured and shook it before pressing my head to his chest. He still had a heartbeat, but he'd fallen into a deep sleep. You. She should have asked one of the scouting cupids to handle this. He just won't die. Would the scouting cupid be better? Why would a scouting cupid be better? You're the one that can break the rules. I'm pretty sure they're not allowed to kill people. What? Are you an angel? I'd seen scouting cupids in whatever Dr. Love was, but this was different. His appearance felt holier. You can see me. Perhaps killing you isn't the answer, but presenting you to her personally is. Killing me? Wait, you were behind this? This is even more complicated with you aware. No matter. You'll die regardless. I should just do as I am told. For the first time, I slipped the fountain pen out of my pocket. With Vitale's choker, I'd become content with the idea that nothing would try to harm me. I didn't think I'd need to use the pen at some point. Or I didn't think I need to use the pen at some point. Stay back. Do not make this complicated. I am here for you. If you resist, I will kill your friend there. Sweat prickled my brow, and my throat became parched, nerves shaken at the fact of having to defend not only myself, but Esmond too. I didn't trust that I could do it. Even if my mind wasn't as compromised, my reaction time likely sucked. Try it. I taunted, readying myself for the fight of my life, but the fight didn't come to pass. Whoa. Guess Vitale's here. Oh. Red sprayed from the being's chest, a beating heart within the clutches of black, slender fingers. His body dropped after an abrupt jut, the organ falling next to him. Now, Vitale is in huge trouble because if you kill a facilitator, everybody's after you, but I guess, can gods kill facilitators? Cupidine and forecasters can't. Well, humans can't. And I think Cupidine shouldn't either. But gods probably can. I think gods just can't kill other gods. Because then whatever the world-ending thing that happened last time would happen. I don't know. Vitale? Drenched in a coat of red as if he'd just gotten out of a blood shower, he took slow steps toward me. His hand rubbed at the fabric of his sleeve before extending to run his fingertips along my jawline. His thumb gently swiped the corners of my damp eyelids. I could not look away. The sins were far from few. The sins? The cinema sins. It was deliberate. A distraction to keep me away from you. What are you talking about? Despite his initial intent to keep the blood off of me, Vitale snatched me into his tight arms. His body vibrated against me, shivering as a set of fingers caressed my hair.
They will not take you away from me.
So you understand the gravity of the situation. Sparing hardly a second, Vitale summoned a bow and arrow, aiming it at Thanatos. A bloodthirsty expression overtook his face, unlike anything I'd ever seen. Yet he didn't release the arrow. His arm trembled.
Return from which you came.
I am but a bystander, waiting for the time to claim a soul. I've done nothing wrong.
Ha! What is all of this then, Death Reaper? Why is there a Cupid here?
Vitale hissed, eyes shifting into black and red-rimmed voids, anger unbridled. I do not understand why it is here. Perhaps that has something to do with the goddess of beauty's attempt to assist in your punishment. I must admit, she's only made things more complicated because you simply cannot control yourself. Thanatos shot a disapproving stare at Vitale's blood-soaked clothes, then his icy gaze fell on me. Clearly, I guess, killing a facilitator does not matter. Nobody seems to care. Not even the god of death cares. Nobody cares. Vitale stepped into his line of sight, blocking our eye contact.
Aphrodite. That wench joined forces with you?
For her, it was a matter of making you respect the higher gods. I do not care for that. Of course. My goal is only to make you understand the value of tampering with fate. And so the beloved human has been chosen. What? I was chosen as a punishment for Vitale? Which meant every instance until this point, everything that felt like it could have turned deadly was because Thanatos was trying to kill me?
It is not his time.
And it was hers. The mortal he saved. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. Have you no shame at all? Gods are supposed to be marveled at and worshipped by humans. Aren't we meant to leave a righteous impression on their minds? Or a righteous impression on their minds? He saves someone, and your response is to kill him for it. Do you not understand the message that sends? The thunder within Vitale's tone spoke volumes about how angry he was. Although I found myself wrapping my arms around him and burying my face in his hair, his wrath left me unsettled. I was afraid that he'd lose himself in anger. Thanatos continued to respond unprovoked and unbothered. A message only he will learn in all honesty. Humans will continue to juggle their morality for as long as they live, and none of it matters to me. I do not see good or evil. I see life and death. All things must die, and when they do, I will bring them to Hades, indiscriminately.
You don't have to claim him now.
Right you are. But care, I do not.
Cheeky bastard.
Vitale clenched his bow so hard that it cracked a bit, particles falling to the ground. Throwing your little tantrum? It's your own fault that your beloved human is suffering. I told you to stop, and even as you vouch for his life, you have no intention of putting an end to your atrocities. That is your ultimatum? For me to stop passing judgment on those who commit fatal attraction? I do not care if you punish them. Just stop killing them. Stop your unsavory obsession with stealing their hearts. I do wonder, does he just throw them into the little void that he summons for other little goodies that he picks up? Probably. They felt it necessary to impose on other lives for their own selfish reasons. Actions have consequences. Thanatos laughed before reassuming a face void of any genuine interest. You and the concept of love, even Eros, must have found it overcomplicated to the point of running off and killing himself.
Do not speak ill of him.
Vitale!
I tire of your superiority complex. If you do not understand the importance of love in this world, then you and the gods can fuck yourselves.
Perhaps some of them already have. Thanatos' nonchalance only riled Vitale up further, an animalistic growl leaving his throat. I was losing him. He was already under a lot of pressure. Any more and he might snap. Think, damn it. Holding Vitale tightly in my grasp, I passed over every thought in my mind until something finally clicked. My choker. With this, we could leave. Come on, Vitale. I won't let him keep antagonizing you like this. Praying hard to myself, I used the choker to shift us into his domain. How did you even know that would work? Leaving Thanatos and the wreckage behind. Like I thought it meant that he could summon you at any time, not that you could summon yourself. I awoke feeling the breath of life rush out of my lungs. I usually call that a dead slumber, a testament of just how exhausted I really was the other night. I tried lifting myself from the cold floor, but a pair of strong arms around my waist kept me in place. I was surprised to find Vitale lying beside me. It's his house. I'd grown accustomed to lying next to him in the night and waking up to a space in the morning, but he was there. I became conscious of my heart again, holding my breath against my will. Carefully shifting, I turned to get a look at his sleeping face. It was the first time that I'd seen him actually resting, the first time that he was unguarded. I marveled at him for only a minute before the blood that still stained him settled in. Then I remembered everything that happened, and that I was marked to die soon. The price to pay for saving another life. I'd been so hard-pressed with not giving a shit about Lacey's life in the beginning. When it all came down to the wire, I really proved myself to be a liar. Oh. I couldn't just watch her die. Not when there was something I could do to help. And ironically, I'm being punished for it. So should I have ignored everything that let her die unjustly? Was that the right thing to do? I should have minded my own business. Saying it aloud only made me feel worse. I couldn't ignore her. I couldn't just let something evil happen while I was there. Morals be damned. Why can't I ever catch a break? I can't be mad about saving her life, but I don't want to die yet either. There's so much I haven't thought about my aspirations or future beyond the day-to-day routine. But I want to dream of something someday. Marlo and Esmond will get married. They expressed an interest in having kids together. I want to be there when they're born. Every major milestone for them, I want to be alive for it. They're my family. I wiped my eyes and bit my lip to hold back the sound. I didn't want to wake Vitale, feeling some sense of embarrassment as a mortal crying over his own limited lifespan. But even the thought of him made it worse. Because it would undoubtedly hurt him to lose me too. My roses let his thoughts wander too far. Vitale's groggy voice whispered against my ear as his body curled into me more. I couldn't control my sniffling any longer, hiding my eyes behind the palm of my hands. I wasn't trying to wake you. That is of no concern to me. He pressed a kiss onto my cheek, my jaw, my neck. His thumb rubbed circles into my tense shoulder. When you are like this, my only concern is to console you. Tell me, how can I do that for you? Uncovering my eyes, I slowly turned to face him fully. only to be met with the surprise of his tear-stained cheeks as well. The solemn expression he wore softened a bit, and he wiped my face with the edge of his sleeve. "You're crying too?" Was he crying for me? Crying because of me? Vitale's hand slipped into my hair and he pressed his lips to mine. The tingle of it on his lips passed tiny pleasant sparks through my body, dancing along my nerves. A soft sigh escaped me, subsiding the tension of an oncoming headache. Vitale remained quiet, staring at me while I assessed my feelings. Slowly, his eyes roamed over every part of me, and then his hands. They clasped my cheeks, turned my head from ear to ear, opened my sweater, rolled up my sleeves. When there was no sign of any deadly injury, he sighed in relief, eyes closed as if a prayer of his own had been answered. Vitale pressed his lips to each band-aid and bandage that lined my arms, slow and apologetic. A troubled expression wore down his tired face, eyes closed while he rested his head against my palm. "I should have kept my eyes on you the entire time. I let them distract me with such a dirty trick. I could have lost you forever." By dirty trick, do you mean fatal attraction incidents? They spiked at an alarming rate. My heart has been in agony for days on end. I've had no rest. But I promise you, it will not happen again. You will not die. I'll stay by your side, my Rose, my dear. I couldn't find words to say to him, stunned by the amount of vulnerability that I was getting from him. His affection, Vitale, god of fatal attraction, a heinous sin committed by humans, was pleading to me as if losing me meant losing someone important. Like he would lose the love of his life. The validity of his feelings left me feeling uncertain, but I trusted them. Call it being delusional, call it selfish, even. I was never good at swallowing the greed that came out of me whenever I received something that I yearned for. I believe you. No matter what happens, I'll believe in you, Vitale. Whatever could you mean by that? Everything. Accept my declaration however you want, but know that I mean it positively. All right? Vitale's eyes continued to search mine, edged with confusion as I leaned closer. I filled the space between his hips. His hips? Well, I filled the space between his lips with my own in a sealed kiss, and a veil of warmth trickled down my back with grace and reciprocation. I trust you. Even as the god whose very concept has threatened your life several times. You are you. If your concept is not what you want to be, then I will look at you as who you are to me, Vitale. Forehead against mine, Vitale closed in on my lips again, pressing me down against the floor. Every kiss was soft, savoring the taste of each other. His nails hiked up my shirt, dragging smooth lines over the center of my chest, tracing my tattoo like an embedded memory. Surprise, shawty! In his hands, my body would always become an instrument, tuned with the right precision and played to perfection, skilled enough to tug whatever sound he wanted from my mouth, prepared to get the same result each time. But today, his touch was full and firm enough to imprint upon my skin, enough to leave deep scratches, enough to carve his presence. Sheesh. teeth marks scattered from my neck all the way to my thighs, red in ways one might think they'd last forever. A territorial claim. This beloved human, whose legs opened and welcomed him inside for as long as he wanted, for as many times as he wanted, for as long as I could handle him. I lost myself in his arms several times, intoxicated by his taste. Overwhelmed, overstimulated. Time was lost as I failed to notice when we'd changed places, forgetting all that I feared. I didn't care about anything but Vitale, and trying to convey that every bit of feeling he passed into my body was mutual. Which is great. Coaxing his fear that I couldn't understand just how strongly he felt about me. No matter how intense, I accepted him until the very moment my body gave out. I love you. It's not even over. I don't know. Okay. I'm taking a little break. It's break time. I'm going to... All the tension from earlier had vanished. Is it because you guys just had sex? I don't know what it is. Sometimes it's me. Sometimes I'm just out of it. I just feel like the scenes in this section are good, and like the more emotional scenes, like the emotional beats, are good, but some of the stuff in between is like very... it's not... I feel like the other two chapters were more structurally cohesive in the like overall writing. I do feel like sometimes I'm reading this and I feel like I don't know what's going on occasionally, you know, or like it doesn't flow, the writing doesn't flow as smoothly. I do still enjoy the game. This isn't like, oh, this ruins the entire game for me, but I do feel like, I don't know, like a lot of... I think it's okay to be critical of something and still enjoy it. But like, when did they... When did they end up on the floor? This part doesn't, you know? And maybe it's a style of writing, like, as, you know, it's supposed to be maybe dramatic and but even then, I don't know. Vitale's gorgeous. I love the spooky devil man, crybaby man. The CGs are beautiful. Things overall make sense, but sometimes in between, like the connective tissue feels like slightly like an afterthought, like almost as if the things around these like main scenes was written just to fill the space between them a little bit. I don't feel like we're making a lot of like emotional progress during them, but it's just me, and that's okay. You know, not everything's perfect. I watched The Backrooms this weekend, or last weekend, and while it was good, I think while we're taking a break, I can talk about something else. Watched The Backrooms last weekend, and while I do think it was very competently shot and put together. And I do think that the set design was appropriately interesting and definitely gives the vibe of the kind of liminal spaces that the backrooms, scary backrooms, usually consist of. I think the hype led me to believe that it was going to be doing something different, I guess. Like the thing I thought was a spoiler about the thing I thought was a spoiler, actually, spoiler, you have 5 seconds to leave before I reveal the spoiler that I thought was a spoiler, but actually wasn't the kind of spoiler that I thought it was. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, please leave. The pirate, the like warped pirate character, right? I thought that, because what I'd seen of it, what had been spoiled for me was the I think I like it here scene that had been spoiled for me because I didn't watch any trailers or anything. And the existence of the like warped pirate version. I thought maybe he went missing for a while, and then the backrooms misremembers the people who enter it and choose to stay as these warped creatures. Like I thought that's where it was going, which not that it would have necessarily been more interesting, and I think probably what the story ended up being aligns with the, I don't know if it's called Kane Pixels, I don't know what the actual YouTube channel is called, the Kane Pixels version of how the backrooms works, like the lore interior to that version of the backrooms. But it was so, it didn't feel, and this is writing as much as it is like direction. Like ultimately Game Parsons was just directing, and he co-composed, like co-scored the movie. So this is writing more so than anything else, but it felt like this guy hates his life because his wife left him and his store is failing, and he didn't get to do what he wanted to do with his life when he went to school. And you kind of get little bits of that. The only real, like, he says he was an architect. You see him drawing buildings at work. Part of why he's interested in the backrooms is because of the structure of the interiority, but I think that, and so then he goes in there, he gets 2 people killed. He's not trying to profit off of it or do anything else with it. I can see the idea of like the concept of the backrooms in this case being getting lost in your own mind, like losing yourself in your own misshapen, misremembered concept of your own past and of yourself. Like I do get that. Like I fully understand that. I don't think it's like not deep enough. I think conceptually it's very interesting, but it is kind of just that, but it's also non-specific. Like it just happens to be the case. Like the backrooms isn't deliberately malevolent. It is sort of an aggregator. It just picks up some of the memories, and then you assign whatever you feel about those memories to the things that appear in the backrooms. Which, yes, I guess. But then, but then he's like eating the backrooms people who are simulacra of people who actually exist, people who probably previously have entered the backrooms. And he's like, oh, they don't feel pain and you can eat them. But if they don't feel pain and you can eat them, then why does his simulacra have regular blood and feels enough pain to stop the progress of him trying to kill the lady when she smashes his head with the rock. You know? Is it because he managed to eat a chunk off of his human counterpart and that makes him slightly more human? I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be any, like, it doesn't have to explain itself. It doesn't have to be, you know, completely cohesive. That may in fact be some of the magic of the backrooms, is that it's not. But it could at least be like, it should either be like logically inconsistent or like continuously logically inconsistent or logically consistent, you know? With the amount of time that he'd spent in the back rooms, I mean, it would have been, I'm not going to say how it should have been written, I'm just going to say what would have helped. Even if it didn't make sense, it would have made more sense if there were things actively happening while he was trying to tell her what he understood backrooms to be, that were showing it to be less logically consistent than he believed them to be. If his concept of logical consistency in the backrooms that he developed was shown to be a delusion in the process of her exploring it on her own before she met up with him. And then why did he choke her out and kidnap her? What was, like, I mean, you have the moment where it seems like he's like threatening her to like stay in the back rooms and role play as his wife. Like that was like shock horror moment, but it felt like it's almost like it was well performed, well shot, interestingly visual, you know, interesting visually, and fairly fleshed out, but it's almost as if it's like, and this is not like an insulting comparison, but if you remember during the strike in the early 2000s, Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog, where you have like all these really great actors making this kind of silly thing, and they're all performing really well because they're great, they're, you know, great performers and actors, but the story itself is kind of silly. It felt like that. Like it's almost like you had like these incredible actors, but they were like acting out a creepypasta story. You know what I mean? And I don't mean that, like, I hope that doesn't sound demeaning, and I am trying to be careful because I am in my late 30s, right? And me in my late 30s commenting on this movie and being like, oh, you know, it feels like, you know, having like like Shakespearean actors performing a creepypasta. Oops, sorry. Saying that sounds demeaning and it sounds ageist, and that's not my implication. I think the movie was good. Not every movie has to be a masterpiece. Certainly not every horror movie has to be a masterpiece. And not everyone's first, you know, big budget feature has to be a masterpiece. Certainly not. But I think because of the hype, I expected something perhaps unreasonable. Like I'm willing to sit on it and be like, hey, I think my expectations for what this was going to be might not have been. Like, I didn't know anything about the Kane Pixels universe or that version of the Backrooms. I like the Backrooms for what I like the Backrooms for, and it has nothing to do with like the popular existing fandom of the Backrooms. I just like them as the, you know, endless, completely isolated, beautiful and uncanny spaces. Beautiful and uncanny, though. Like, beautifully uncanny spaces that you simply can't escape from. Like, I find them, I like that conceptually, and I never really cared for the like monster in the backrooms concept. That never really appealed to me, probably just because of the time that I found them, and the way that I found them. But I understand the monster in the backrooms concept, and I'm not like personally against it. I don't know. I think I'm willing to accept that. Not that I don't get it, but that it's not for me. Some things are not for me. I'm actually always telling people sometimes something is not for you, and that doesn't mean that it's bad. Saying that about all of my blurbos and all of my shit that people don't like and don't think is valid. So I'm not gonna sit here and say that the Backrooms movie wasn't valid, or that it wasn't good. But not going in, I wish I could have gone in completely blind without having heard any of the hype, because I think I would have liked it either way, but I wouldn't have had any expectations for what I thought was going to happen when I sat down and watched it. But the performances were good. I think the shots were extremely competent and thoughtful. I think the Backrooms concept that this movie represents was, for the most part, faithfully explained visually, like in terms of the direction, regardless of the story, in terms of like the visual direction and the way the story was told in that capacity. Very clear, made sense. I think even if they didn't have the line about things being remembered and being remembered wrong, if you had that one scene, that one not tracking scene, but that one like repeated room scene where it goes from the room that she lived in, the house that she lived in with her mother, and each iteration going down the layers and layers and layers until it's nothing, you know, going from a distinct memory to a blank slate. That, I think that's a great like section explaining what the backrooms of this storyline is. There's a lot of things like that I think were very thoughtful and interesting, and very well done. But of course I have critiques, and I said all that to say that while I've been enjoying this story very much, and really liked the first 2 chapters, and I love Vitale. I love their little... I enjoy the, like... What is he? Is it a... What do they call them? It's like what Loki is to the Marvel series in the fandom. What is that? I can't think of it. I can't think of the name. But it's like the thing that you call, like, they're dangerous and have a bunch of powers, but like it's not the Wubby. That's not right. Hold on. Villain. No. I feel like it's something with a W. Whoopi doesn't sound right. I don't think that's what it is. But he's that. Except he's actually completely dangerous and also hasn't lost yet. But he's like, you know, he's a big scary softie, you know? I don't actually know what that's called. Anyway, love his character, love the CGs, but I find myself struggling with some of the writing in this chapter. I mean, in this run. And that's okay. Lord knows my shit's not perfect either. Still love you, DokiRakii. I hope you aren't mad at me for being critical. It's not bullying, it's with love. Anyway, I'm gonna actually take a break and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'm gonna run an ad. and turn on some music. Sorry for haranguing you about the back rooms for probably 5 to 8 minutes, but I don't have any other reason to talk about it at length, and I don't really want to talk about it. I don't want to get into a debate about it, and I don't want to have to defend my criticism against people who are going to just say, like, you're just an old bitch who's mad and jealous and you don't even know anything about the back room, so how can you have something to say about it? Like, I don't want to go there. I don't want to be there. I don't want to start that. I don't want to be involved in that. I'm allowed to have criticisms, and they're not even harsh criticisms. But Lord knows, I'm not trying to start an age war. So I'm keeping it on my stream where no one will hear about it. No one can hear me scream. Alright, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Please stay safe. Don't kill yourself or anyone else. Or Vitale's probably gonna come get you. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Again, I hope that, well, first of all, most of what I was talking about was about the back rooms and not about the story, but I hope that my appreciation for and encouragement of our solo dev, DokiRakii, is apparent here. If it feels that I'm being critical in any capacity, it's not like I'm being mean to you because I want you to be better. It's not a Tyra Banks thing, please. Never that. But I do enjoy and have enjoyed much of this, and even much of this route. But I just feel like I do feel like there are stronger sections of writing in the story overall than some of the sections that were found within Vitale's route. But he also has the hottest CG. Well, actually, maybe Icardi's CG was pretty hot too. His ending CG, and actually their first hookup CG is pretty good as well. There's plenty of good content in this game. One small critique is not sinking the ship by any means. And it might just be one rough patch as well. All love, please. Please, 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 forever. Alright. All the tension. Oh, Vitale. Turn the game audio back on. All the tension from earlier had vanished. I haven't felt this calm in a while. As calm as I could be, anyway. Normally, this kind of thing was a non-issue to me. However, something about sharing a bath with Vitale— oh. You mean hooking up? It's Vitale's chapter. Why are you talking, Melrose? Whatever. All the tension from earlier had vanished. I hadn't felt this calm in a while. As calm as I could be, anyway. Normally, this kind of thing was a non-issue to me. However, something about sharing a bath with Vitale made me feel self-conscious again. There shouldn't be any more secrets as far as bodies go, but the idea of bathing with a naked Vitale still made me bashful. Rosie, still thinking of trivial matters, isn't he? His hand passed over my shoulder blade with a tiny cloth that he was using. Vitale had already filled the tub and had seated us in it by the time I'd woken up. One hand leisurely brushed through my hair. Surprisingly, I underestimated how much he'd enjoy this. His long legs hardly— really? His long legs hardly fit into the tub, and surely having me in the bath made it even more cramped. I guess he doesn't have guests very often. He didn't plan for this. None of it bothered him, happily lathering soap over my body and in my hair. Oddly domestic. I guess you get what you want in the end, don't you? Whatever could you mean? Washing me? I do. Yes. Actually doesn't fit in the— he doesn't fit in the bathtub at all. Alright. He pressed a kiss against one bite he'd left on my neck, and I shrank into his hold. His arms wrapped around me while he continued to leave pecks along my skin, specifically to the various marks he'd left earlier. Whereas usually he'd behave like this to make me feel good or to distract me from unpleasant thoughts, this felt normal. normal, as if he were doting on me. Do I deserve your love? If I have chosen you, then it must mean yes. I'm just curious about what it is you fell for. He'd said it so casually, as if it were the easiest answer for him. While my heart shook, I still wanted to know. For a decade, I have watched over you, witnessing your pursuit of love, observing your love language. I used to root for your success and hope that each partner you chose would be the last one, but with every growing heartbreak came the urge to be the one to mend it. Is that what you meant when we first met? About wanting to talk to me so badly? I suppose, but when I approached you, it was not to court you. Being near you was enough to satisfy me. It was more that I felt you could be the one to help me best. How so? You and I are not too different. Being misunderstood and labeled something outside of your control, I figured you might have the easiest time understanding me. He laid his head on my shoulder and caressed my arms with his thumbs, looking at him. I could tell it was something that he still didn't want to admit. Even with my reassurance, Vitale couldn't speak his concerns into existence. I understood that. The fear that once he'd said it, reality would make all of it come true. Did I disappoint? No. Just when I thought the conversation would die in silence, Vitale piped up to speak again. I don't know what I truly am. The person I am now is not who I was before. My relationships with Olympus and the other gods are strained. Safe to say that it is the fault of Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. She's the one who tried to assist Thanatos in killing me. As a descendant of Psyche, this didn't come as much of a surprise. Oh, never mind. She's the one who tried to assist Thanatos in killing me. I was like, killing Vitale? As a descendant of Psyche, this didn't come as much of a surprise. Pegging Aphrodite as a benevolent god was something I could hardly imagine. I've never seen myself as who they claim me to be, but no matter what I say or do, I just am. Approaching you, I hope to have you, a mortal, come to the conclusion of what I was to you. I hoped that you would answer my question. But Thanatos ruined it by revealing my title before it was time, clouding your untainted judgment. I became afraid. Afraid that I'd just reaffirm what was told to me? Yes. I didn't want that. So I forwent the entire objective. Being with you was the only thing that mattered. Once again, he showed me that bittersweet smile, and I felt a pang in my chest. Turning toward him, I grabbed his face and kissed him deeply. Tell me everything. Whether I believe you or not, in the end, I'll still love you. I felt confident of that. Nothing could change my mind or make me think otherwise. My Rose, you make a worshipper of me when you say such love-filled things. Everything seems to matter less, if not you. Let us finish this bath. I will show you everything. Once clothed, Vitale led me through his domain. A vast mansion with high ceilings and narrow halls enough for 2 people to pass through. The overall mood of the house was dark in both hues and accents. black with a hint of green and blue. The floors were mismatched between dark tiles and glossy hardwood, washed out as if to bring a contrast to the rest of the furniture. It felt like passing through a labyrinth of repeated rooms, roaming down the long halls. The emptiness spoke louder than the furnished rooms. Lonely and a little unsettling. The echo of our feet against the floor and the asymmetrical placement of every room, every window, and every light fixture added some element of chaos. If not for the wall trusses lined with black spirals or the mix of bay windows and stained glass ones, it'd have appeared normal. The place almost seemed in a state of confusion about how it wanted to look, but no matter what, the gloom was consistent. Is this your style of choice? I'd prefer something more cohesive. Unfortunately, my mind is not. Rounding winding corners, Vitale stopped once we were facing a room with a white plate on its door. Beside it were 3 other doors from first to last, clean to rugged and old. These rooms house all of my life, and the secrets that I've kept from you. Is there an order that I should survey them in? Clean represents the beginning of my tale, but do look at each room as it fancies you. Do not let me interfere with your understanding. From here, I am merely an observer. Okay, then I guess I'll start from the beginning. As soon as my fingertips touched the doorknob, it cracked open on its own, as if someone had already opened it. I'm screaming. That's so funny. But it fully opened to reveal no one inside, just a beautifully organized room, coated in white compared to most of the building. There was something cute, innocent, and angelic about its appearance. Much like Vitale's apparent love of cute things, there were plenty in this room lining bookshelves and tables. The walls. Most of the details had been Cupid's, contrary to his distaste for Cupid-like things when we'd gone out to the amusement park. Guess you do have a thing for Cupid stuff after all. Or used to, I guess. I walked over to the desk in the back and pulled out the chair to take a seat. All items were in different compartments, with the exception of the book that sat in the middle. The lock popped open with a whimsical sparkle as if welcoming me to read it. Here goes. I'm screaming. A picture nearly slipped to the floor when I opened the book. Okay, so he was a Cupidine? It was a photo of a soft-faced, beautiful man wearing a sweet smile, dressed in all white with fluffed-out wings. His hair a shade of pink and his eyes pink with green hues. He was gorgeous. He was Vitale. I couldn't feel any more certain about that. The man in this photo was undoubtedly him. He even had the same piercings beneath his lips and the fox-like eye shape, albeit softer without the tiresome eye bags. You look like... I couldn't understand what this meant. This version of Vitale, if I accounted for that Icardi guy, looked like a Cupidine. This must have been what he'd meant when he said he wasn't always the way he is now. I tried to read some of the journal entries. Oddly, I wasn't familiar with the language, but the words on the pages slowly translated themselves to me. It was a record of his life as a scouting Cupid. I guess we picked the right option on the other side, because we are all the way in it now. I spent quite some time reading more of his entries, learning that Vitale's passion for love derives from his admiration of watching love bloom between humans. Not even just those he paired. He loved observing their ways of expression through words, touch, and service. As a scouting Cupid, he took his job of matchmaking seriously, even seemed to be a well-respected figure among other Cupidine. Eventually, the pages faded into blankness, and there was nothing left that I could legibly read. Clearly there was more, but the book, as magical as it had been, wouldn't show me any more than it allowed. This room's tale ends here. The rest of your answers lie in the other two. Wasting no time, I returned the book to its place and exited the room. I approached the second door and gingerly touched the knob. Interesting, okay. Slowly it creaked open to reveal a similar room as the first, however this time it wasn't so spiffy and clean. Things had fallen. Someone had cracked them open or knocked them over onto the floor. Cobwebs and dust were in every corner, like someone threw a fit of rage in the room and didn't bother to clean it. The air quality was horrible, but on the same desk at the back, now worn down, was the book. We meet again. I picked it up and several drops of red fell onto the desk in a splatter. Blood. I let out a shaky breath before looking back at Vitale. His expression remained impartial, but his gaze was as intense as always. I opted not to ask his opinion and sat at the desk once more. Peeling the book open, I found the part where the last book had ended, but a strange sensation overtook me, as if my consciousness was being pulled away from me, dragged into the book. Oh? When I awoke, I was face flat in a grass field. The sound of male and female giggling brought me up on my knees, more alert. The two didn't spare me a glance at all, running by and enjoying each other's company. Where the hell am I? Chrysanth seems rather happy today. I wonder what he did. The voice, soft as it was, had been all too familiar for me to ignore. My entire body whirled in its direction. Vitale? Not mine. Not the one I knew, but the one he'd been once upon a time, like the couple running about and playing in the grass. But like the couple running about and playing in the grass, he didn't register me either. Chrysanth. The name stuck out as one I'd heard from the last book. It was one couple that he wrote about. In fact, Chrysanth and Damianos had frequent entries within the book. He loved talking about them specifically. Oh, it appears to be some craft work. It suits her. He was so thoughtful about the colors, even. He carved it to be cute, but it was incredibly faulty. Still, she loved it a lot. Vitale, is this where your love for defective cute objects comes from? I watched them exude happiness at just being able to witness these two lovebirds professing to each other, scurrying about without a care. Honestly, I felt a little jealous, not just in their overly sweet affections toward each other, but just how invested he was in them. A happy third wheel in their relationship. They loved each other, and he loved them. I wandered through various encounters of Vitale, observing them, being a guardian of their love. Even going as far as trying to meddle when he saw them having a dispute, like jamming a door to keep them trapped in a room or tripping them as they tried to storm off. You must stay and talk. I am terribly sorry. No matter how childish, somehow I knew it would work out for the two, and seeing the fondness on Vitale's face was worth every bit of it. The scene continued shifting until I saw just how deeply he cared for this pair. Having brought them together, but they were his pride and joy. Until one day, he came to visit them. What is this? A man had approached the two, claiming Chrysanth was his wife and that she'd fled the seas to be with another man. Anyone with a brain knew that the guy was spewing bullshit. Chrysanth, from what I'd learned, had lived here with Damianos since they were children. Hell, there was never a moment to spare for the thought of her potentially having cheated to be possible. That didn't stop the man from fiercely proclaiming this to Damianos. Firm in his belief and love for Chrysanth, Damianos called the man a liar and told him to leave them be. He was far too soft to dive headfirst into conflict, but stood between the pathetic man and his lover. The fury of the deranged man had no mercy for him. He struck Damianos upside the head with a large stone and tried to take Chrysanth with him by force. She wouldn't let herself get dragged too far away from him. Damianos was dead in a single blow, but she kept crawling back to cling on to him. When the man had finally lost his temper, he killed her too. Unable to witness it, I turned my attention to Vitale, who stood petrified in shock. No. Screaming. I clenched my chest at the blood-curdling scream that erupted from him. With a blink, Vitale was directly in front of the man, then next to his heart. Then the next, his heart was in his hand, brutally ripped from its cavity. Vitale, you... His body shook violently, dropping the organ onto the ground before spilling onto his knees. Why? Why? He crawled to the pair, scooping them up in his arms. Harder to watch than to read. The screams of agony wouldn't leave my mind. I wanted to hold him, but there was nothing I could do for him in a memory. I could only watch his pain. I can't. I reached my hands around him, expecting to phase through, but I held him in my arms. I felt his body even if he wasn't aware of my presence and continued to sob. How fucking cruel. He can't even register my comfort. Who was this for? To comfort myself? Why did he? Why the two of you? Vitale laid both of them side by side, picking the rock up from the ground. He rose to his feet and staggered over to the deceased man, where his discarded heart lay. Slam. I followed behind him as he dragged his feet, soaked in the blood of the man he mutilated. His expression and eyes were void of anything as he carried himself through the temple doors to some church. Simeonius. I told you never to use that name. Dr. Love? There was no doubt in my mind that it was him. It was the same energy that I remember. And besides clothes, he looked the same. So, he wasn't just some random demon? Vitale, what have you done? I have sinned. He raised his bloodied hands to Dr. Love, allowing himself to be bound by the other man. It didn't feel right to me. Vitale killed someone. Morally, I guess the thought is never to harm anyone in that way. But it was fucking hard to care for some guy who just randomly took the lives of two innocent people. He deserved it. Vitale was only avenging his pair. The scene slipped away from me again, like having a rug dragged from beneath my feet. When I came to, a white ceiling and many cupidines surrounded me. Fear came on rather quickly, then dissipated when I realized I was still in the memory. Because everyone esteems you and considers you the best, if not one of the best, Cupidine, I will let you off with probation. Vitale kneeled before her, drained of the livelihood he once had. The other Cupids around him whispered and even sneered at him. Maybe being labeled the best Cupid made others jealous. It didn't seem like the title mattered to Vitale, especially not now. Aphrodite touched his head and a purple-like mist cast over his body. Nothing happened, but her eyes crinkled in delight. Go on. Continue your love-filled duties. And this time, do not meddle so deeply in human affairs. Yes, Lady Aphrodite. Disgusting. Were the Cupidines only slaves? Did their feelings even matter? Clearly, he was in no shape to continue working. Clearly, he needed some kind of support for the horrific things he had witnessed, but he received nothing. I lifted my head from the desk, gasping for air and frantically looking for Vitale. His expression hadn't changed from the last time I'd seen him. Solemn. Fumbling feet, I rushed over and crashed into his arms, giving him the firm embrace he'd been denied in the memory. Whether Vitale needed it or not, I needed to hold him. Worry not. The memories are far in the past. They no longer have the effect they once had. Hard to believe if you're still troubled. I'm sorry you had to go through that. He allowed me to embrace him for a moment longer before gently removing my arms. The last room awaits you. Come now. Though his face implied he didn't want me to enter this room, he motioned for me to open the door anyway. I patted his arm before approaching the door. Touching the doorknob didn't cause a magical opening like the others had. This was much like a normal door that needed to be twisted and pushed open. And when I did, I was met with a disturbing sight. Is it full of the hearts of sinners? In jars, even. The dilapidated room was even more worn and disgusting than the last. From fungus, mold, insects. Something died in this room. Several things. It smelled of death so strongly that I almost began retching. In various locations, blood had spilled and stained the floors dark red, but no one had cleaned them. I bit my lip as I looked at the walls that once housed old plush toys and things to find them replaced with many jars of human hearts. This shouldn't surprise me. I've witnessed how he handles people now. Rose, if it's not too much, or if it is too much, return to my side. No. I have to see it. The passionate wrath inside of him couldn't have caused fatal attractions. It wasn't his concept, no matter how unpleasant the sight. No matter if it was equally bad enough to attempt lumping it under the same bracket of some dumb throwaway sentence like, they kill, he kills. I couldn't allow that to be the defining factor. It'd be no difference from people writing me off because of my baggage or believing the worst of me first. I had to come to my own conclusion. Reaching the table at the back, I grabbed the bloodstained journal and opened it. Unlike last time, my consciousness slipped immediately. I emerged right amid Vitale's bloodthirsty rampage. What had once been scouting for matchmaking turned into hunting down delusional people, such as the man before, or even apparent lovers, willing to claim the lives of their significant others. Everyone suffered the same brutal death. Hearts torn from their chests while still alive and breathing. The spray of their blood, their screams and cries as he revealed his malice to them. Only seconds of life after taking another. Some didn't even get the chance to realize that they were being killed. He'd do it while wearing a vicious smile, one that didn't reflect the torment in his eyes. He'd been driven insane, and he wouldn't stop. He was obsessed with it. Nothing else seemed to matter to him more than punishing those who committed fatal attractions. He'd kill and suffer some change to his body. Dark nails, red eyes, blackened wings, sharp horns, exposed heart. He wasn't the innocent-looking Cupid that I'd met earlier, but he still wasn't the god that I knew today, either. I don't remember. What was it? What did I used to do? You're a Cupid. Right. I'm a matchmaker. I helped them fall in love. I can't forget that. It's been so long since I've used my bow. I knew better than to believe that he could hear me, but I wanted to talk to him so badly. I wanted to comfort him. What if I paired them and they immediately died? An ill match, an insane third person. I shouldn't use my bow anymore. So, when he was forgiven the first time, did Aphrodite just curse him so that all of his pairs would be like this? So he'd just slowly become the concept of fatal attraction? I guess. Hold it. Don't move. This is a grave violation. Everyone, surround him. Oh. They finally found me. Vitale didn't resist as his comrades pinned him to the ground, then hauled him off to Thespiae. He'd managed to elude them for so long just for this manhunt. They all looked at him with contempt. By human standards, Vitale was killing people who needed to be punished, but it couldn't even apply to him because he wasn't human. His standard of passing judgment wasn't the same as ours. I wasn't sure how I should feel about it all, collectively. But I knew that my sorrow was only for the innocent slain by those that he punished. Disgusting. They brought him before Aphrodite, who ordered his torture and execution with hardly a blink. She sat there among the other three, watching the Cupids rip and tear his beautiful wings, shot and carved arrows into his body. He wasn't fighting back. For a while, Vitale let himself get dragged around and made into some show for Aphrodite. Behold, this is what you get if you interfere with human interactions. Let him be an example to the rest of you. Do you have anything to say for yourself, sinner? After I so graciously gave you another chance, and you trampled all over it. All over my kindness. What kindness? She did absolutely nothing but reprimand him and throw him back out. For loving creatures, none of them tried to see if he was okay. Not even that Dr. Love guy. They treated him like the plague, or looked down on him, felt ashamed of him. But then again, she was just the god of beauty. Why would she care to think about love any deeper than its surface? Your kindness, Lady Aphrodite, gave me the resolve. People were getting away with snatching sweet, innocent love for their own envy and greed. Huh. Now you're daring to make it sound noble. You're no different from them. I did unto them what they did unto pairs that should have been guaranteed happy lives, or individuals who loved as any normal person should. You preach of normal, yet you are not normal. A normal Cupidine would have put the pairs together and moved on about their day. But you sat there, basking and meddling in things that should no longer have been your concern. Honestly, it's so disappointing. You carried yourself in such a way that if the stars aligned right, maybe you could have been Eros. But here you are, disgracing love with such disgusting methods. I am avenging love lost. No. I believe, just like those who were driven to slay those innocent, you were envious. What? You got so attached to love that you yearned to experience it. But given that you valued your work, you chose to live vicariously through the people you paired. No. I just loved them. I loved their happiness. I did not need their love in return. Yes, you did. That lie is just so you can feel better about the nasty feelings you brewed within. And when a human acted on your dirty desires, you were filled with rage. Because that is what you wanted to do all along. No, it's not true. I am a god. I can see through you, and none of your words can deceive me. Vitale shivered on his knees, slowly looking around at his fellow Cupidine. Each stared at him with the same contempt as her, minus Dr. Love, who wore a blank expression in the mass of disgust. I guess until the end, you have no intention to repent, do you? Someone has to protect love. The beauty of reciprocation, the warmth of souls uniting. Selfish delusions can't tarnish it. It can't be spat upon by envy, greed, or any other sin in this way. Love is a precious thing in this world. Yes, so precious that you tainted it yourself. Her voice was crisp as she waved her hands for the Cupids to raise their bows. I've given him enough time. Finish him. The Cupidine who led Vitale's punishment unloaded their arrows at him without hesitation. Desperate, Vitale used as much strength as he could, attempting to escape with torn wings. His body still took the brunt of the arrows, ending his attempt by plunging him into a pool of water below. Vitale! You idiots! He fell into the pool. I rushed after him, practically tugged by the memory. Beneath the layer of flowing names was a vast, clear blue sea with pink, effervescent hues. Bubbles swarmed us, and below I could see Vitale sinking further and further. But he wasn't alone. There was someone else. The man himself, a beautiful, angelic-winged man resting peacefully in the flow of the currents. Bubbles surrounded him, cushioning him like a bed. An arrow had been embedded in the left side of his chest, where his hands rested. One might think he was dead, but a cluster of bubbles occasionally slipped through his mouth, nose, and even the wound on his chest. Arrows? To think I'd finally met him like this. As we drew closer, Eros's eyes opened, shining a bright glow into our faces. The bubbles that emerged from the embedded arrow swarmed Vitale's body, rapidly flowing into his injuries and inside his chest. Anteros. Anteros? Like anti-Eros? Eros's consciousness faded after that, and the torrential swarm ceased. When it did, Vitale looked just as I'd known him to be, clad in his black and dark red clothing. This is how he became a god. Eros made him one. But why? And what was Anteros? A geyser erupted beneath him, forcing us out of the pool before any attempt to reawaken him could come. We spilled onto the ground before Aphrodite and the other Cupids again. Stop! It is a rule that none of you can enter it. I will retrieve him myself. What is this? You. Lord Eros's. Aphrodite's face twisted in anger. She struck Vitale before he could finish his sentence. The gods have smiled upon sin. A god of fatal attraction. Seriously. The other Cupidine fell back with fear and uncertainty on their faces. What? No, that's not what this is about. First you defile Eros' sacred pool with your filthy escape attempt, and then you double down on your abysmal beliefs enough to have the god bestow you with a concept? Eros didn't. Just wait until the other gods hear of this. Do you think your fellow Cupidine turning their backs on you was saddening? The whole of Olympus will find you a pathetic black sheep leeching off of Eros' concept. Get out of here, off-brand god. Get out of here, off-brand god. You've done enough disgrace in the name of love. Eros made me into a god? How dare you decry his name further? Fed up with her words, Vitale seized her throat. The other Cupidine drew their bows and arrows almost instinctively. The hurt on his face dissipated as he removed his hand from her and distanced himself. Aphrodite held her throat and stumbled closer to the Cupids with fear in her eyes. With the fear she had lacked while talking to him until now. Vitale walked past the mass of Cupids until he was face to face with Dr. Love. If no one else, then surely you, teacher. Dr. Love's actual outfit? Okay, Simeonius. Okay. He remained silent, maintaining the same blank expression that he'd worn the entire time. Dr. Love offered nothing to Vitale. No indication of what he was thinking at all, but the lack of response was just as painful as the blatant disrespect from everyone else. Vitale truly had no one on his side. And why? Because Aphrodite spent all this time talking and everyone just listened? None of these dumb Cupids had brains of their own. They were all so loyal to her just because she was a god. And it pissed me off. I see. Vitale left Thespe. Things didn't get better for him with Aphrodite immediately spreading that he'd encroached upon Eros' concept. Other gods saw him as lesser, though they didn't care too much about antagonizing him. Besides being the butt of an offhand joke or outright accused of abusing humans, they mostly left him alone. So... Alright, so Thanatos was never mad at him for killing people. He was mad at Melrose for getting involved in that one person's deadly affair. He had no companions other than a mild acquaintance with Femme, the goddess of rumors, and even she couldn't ease the loneliness he felt. Oh, they're friends. Fighting the accusation that he was the god of fatal attraction proved to be an uphill battle. Wearing only his name without his given purpose left him at a disadvantage. It didn't help that firing his bow would cause a person to spiral so far into their feelings that almost always a tragedy occurred. Racking his brain and tormenting his soul, this troubling label warped Vitale's perception of the world and himself. Everything decided it for him. You are the god of fatal attraction. I awoke to the rhythmic sound of Vitale's heartbeat. The warmth of his body barely convinced me I wasn't dreaming. He gazed at me, gentle, concerned. You fainted. Had I been a second later, you'd have fallen into the memoir's floor. I saw everything this time. Full of a newfound revelation, I sprang up and clutched at his arms. Vitale's face ranged from surprise to confusion and then solemnity again. You're not the god of fatal attraction. I don't believe it. Anyone with a brain cell can tell Aphrodite was pulling that shit out of her ass. That isn't a pleasant image to impart to me, Rose. You know what I mean. God. And I love what you mean. A lot, if I might add. Vitale pressed his lips against the crown of my head. Then an aggressive jolt surged through his back, and he released me. His warmth retracted so fast that I couldn't resist the pout that crossed my face, regardless of my concern. After all, I finally understood what this meant. It happened again, didn't it? I slid off the edge of the bed and rushed to his side, grabbing hold of his arm. I pulled Vitale closer to me. It's not something that he has to do. It's not his purpose. This time, endure it. Don't go. Someone has to punish them. Stop forcing yourself to do this. It isn't your job. Think. What did Eros make you a god for? I don't know, Rose. It wasn't for this. I'm sure of it. I forced my face into his line of sight, gripping his arm firmly. Letting him leave after I'd come to this truth wasn't an option. There's another way to deal with this, and we were going to find it together. Eros isn't dead. He's in that pool with the names, right? Correct. Then we're going to wake him up. Oh? His eyes softened briefly, only to size me up with skepticism. Getting into Thespe shouldn't be hard with my assistance. Do you understand what that could spell, the Cupidine? They'd have their god back and wouldn't have to listen to Aphrodite anymore. What is there to lose? Has your hatred for him disappeared? None of that matters right now. He's important to you, so he's important to me. All that other stuff can be sorted out when he's back. My wish is for you to learn who you are from the man himself. Only he can truly free you. I'm sure you know this already too. Is this the wish you really want to be granted in the end? The fulfillment is more for me than you. You've already given me the only thing I could have asked for. Now all I want is to make sure that you're okay. Let me grant you a wish. Or is that too much for a human? I was trying to see what's going on with his sleeves over here for a while, but he's wearing, these are his it's his house dress. These are his robes. Never too much for you. The gentle air surrounding Vitale shifted as he drew his alarmed gaze to the bedroom door. The front of his mansion surrounded us in a blink. Seconds away from questioning Vitale's haste, an unannounced guest approached the front door. Is it Thanatos? No, it's Femme. It was a short, petite, golden-haired woman, seemingly mumbling to herself. Upon seeing us, she fell on her ass in shock. Femme. Yeah? What are you doing here? What brings you here, goddess of rumors? Vitale left my side to join her, wearing an amused stare rather than offering a helping hand. Given that his initial hostility lowered, she wasn't someone we needed to worry about. For now, anyway. Well, you just learned that they're friends. Anyway, make haste. I have other plans to attend to. The woman recovered a sense of urgency and grabbed at Vitale's sleeves. You're going in your dressing gown? That's the word I was looking for, dressing gown. Not house dress. Word on the wind says Aphrodite is planning to harm you. I came as fast as I could because I heard of her alliance with Thanatos. A little late for that. You don't understand.
She wants to repeat what she did to Eros to you.
She dares to do what? Eyes narrowed in grit in his tone. Vitale raised a brow at Femme's accusations, but I couldn't help hanging on to the last part. What did she do to Eros? Having focused on her case with Vitale, she hadn't fully acknowledged me until now. Bright-eyed and curious, Femme seemed to swallow it down in favor of answering me.
It's a long story. To put it simply, years ago, a human by the name of Psyche took Eros' bow and fired it at him. If anything happens to a god's heart, they're as good as dead. But Eros survived because it missed his heart. Thus, he's fallen into some vegetative state. She's been aware of it all these years and knows exactly where he rests. Unfortunately, I have no clue. This is how she's effectively stolen his concept and governed it all this time. Now she wants to get rid of you the same way.
So he did get shot with the arrow, but it missed his heart. And he's been in a coma. But instead of healing him, Aphrodite hid him under the waters, which is why nobody else can go in there, so that she could become the goddess of love and beauty. Yes? Vitale huffed a bitter laugh and rolled his eyes at the prospect, placing a hand over the cavity in his chest. But they're supposed to be like besties. Weren't they born on the same day? Or something? Torn between a mirth and pain, his heart pulsed sharply with every other beat. Also, the story quality is... things are aligning better. I feel like, and this happens, I think, to writers all the time, the section in the middle of like, how do we get from the party back to Vitale's mansion? What's the connective tissue there? Like, how do we figure that out? What do we put there? Was probably maybe like a sticking point, like it might have been a gap that needed to be filled with content, needed to be filled with story. And that's why it was kind of confusing. But we've gotten back to the part of the story that definitely was planned out, and it's all good. If I had paid attention at all those times, I'd have noticed the symptoms back then. Because he's ignoring having to kill people right now. I mean, yeah, if you'd have been paying attention, you probably would have noticed. I noticed, but I'm a third party. And I'm not down bad for Vitale, so I guess, yeah, my senses are not obscured.
Are you alright, Vitale?
I can manage. He dropped to his knees, sucking in the pain. Can you manage? Are you okay? Both Femme and I hurried to support him as he struggled to maintain his focus. The pain, the urge, was too great for him to just ignore. It's happening again. It wasn't earlier enough? Or is this just like the incident at the apartment? I mean, why would this be different than any other time that it happens? I might be missing something. It's okay.
What? What incident?
Fatal attraction. Vitale said they were happening at an alarming rate, which is why he's been so disoriented. Femme furrowed her eyebrows and then scoffed in disbelief.
Aphrodite. She must be doing it to lure you out of hiding.
Not hiding. Never from her. I'm protecting. His forehead broke out in sweat, eyes rolling back as he choked out the words with a begrudging smile. It's hurting him. It was so easy for me to say, don't go, and ignore it, but Vitale still had to deal with the toll it took on his body, even trying it. So stupid.
There has to be something we can do to help. At this rate, I wasn't so sure what would happen if he kept enduring it, but if I let him go, there's a possibility that he might lose his mind again. Well, sheesh. Alright, so I need to save here. And we need to actually go... No. We need to actually go back. We don't need to, but this is actually the ending. Whatever happens here is the ending. So I guess let's see what happens, how we end up dying here. I couldn't stop staring at him. Knowing him, he'd use this opportunity to get rid of Esmond, use the thought of us falling together as a tragic accident. My eyes wandered back to Esmond. I couldn't do that to him. I couldn't do that to Marlowe. Esmond, take care of Marlowe.
Don't do this right now, Melrose. We still have time.
No, we don't. I forced a smile for him, past the tears to let him know it was going to be okay. If there was someone who needed to live right now between the two of us, it had to be him. There was a time when Marlowe needed me, but now she has Esmond. She'll be fine as long as he's there. My grip loosened, weight relaxed. I was ready.
Melrose, please.
Esmond remained stubborn, but without my support.
Melrose!
I mean, it's a really nice CG yet again. The wind whipped against my body, and the world slowed. An assortment of voices rang out, carrying into my ears. Esmond's face grew further away from me. Closing my eyes, I took my mind to what I thought to be pleasant. The nights Vitale lay beside me. Every single time he kissed me. Every soothing touch and the tone of his voice whenever he called me Rose. The tease in his voice when he opted to call me Rosie instead. The look in his eyes when he gazed at me. And the very last important thing he'd said to me. I do not wish to see you die. I'm sorry. If you're watching, I'm so sorry, Vitale. So this is how fate has you die. You've done well to evade until this point, I must say. A shame that you must go in this way. A shame that you must go in this way. If there's anyone to blame, blame the god of fatal attraction. Maybe now the young god will learn his lesson. Thanatos conjured the soul into tiny embers against his fingertips, reforming its shape as a ball in the palm of his hand. Two blood-curdling screams etched themselves into the soul before it passed on. 2 screams. One was Marlowe and one was Vitale? Probably. Alright. Here we are. If Vitale was trying his best to endure, then I had to have faith that he could. The pain he's feeling now likely pales in comparison to all that he's experienced. He is stronger than I'm giving him credit for. Vitale, look at me. Yes. We should make the most of it. If she's trying to lure you into a trap, then we should get her first. It is ill-timed for you to be so cute, dear Rose. What are you proposing? We go to Thespe and wake up Eros right now. We know where he is. You know? Vitale pinched his eyes closed and sucked in a breath as he nodded. To see him like this was painful in itself, but I kept going. While she's focused on her little sneaky shit, we'll blindside her. It will have to be you to wake him. Someone has to deal with her. Stand guard. It must be me. Opening my mouth for rebuttal resulted in Vitale shooting me a knowing glare that left the words stuck on the edge of my tongue. Instead, I nodded in resignation. Anything I can do to help, then I will. Just say the word.
How opportune of you, goddess of rumors.
I owe you. As your friend, I should have helped you ages ago. Besides, we know I can never reach my full potential if Zeus does not notice me.
What do you mean by that? Of course we do. And for that, I will accept your aid. So maybe Zeus made her the goddess of rumors? At some point, for some reason? In the same way that we need Eros's attention to fully grant Vitale the potential of his godhood, it seems.
I won't let you down again, friend.
The goddess twirled on her heels in a golden glow and dispersed in a magical showmanship. One hand pressed to the ground, and then the other, a lift of his knee, and then the other. Vitale rose to his feet, straightening his back to stand tall. His body shook with a breath that struggled to calm his senses, yet he regained a form of control. Rising to my feet, my hands positioned at his side and the small of his back in support. Think you can handle enduring it a little longer now? Of course, I believed in him, but believing in him differed from what his body could handle. Despite that, Vitale's hand slid with firm fingers to grasp my cheeks and lift my face. His lips that graced mine were gentle, contrary to the pinch of his nails, breath tickling my face in a soft brush, eyes closed while he settled into whatever lingering comfort kissing me had given him. Only because you are here. Stepping foot into the realm of the Cupidine for the first time, I expected the almost utopian view. Every structure and decor glistened in pristine white, and the feeling of taking a tour through history. The blinding brightness showed that Vitale and I were sore thumbs, dressed in dark, bold colors. Skulking the domain, Vitale knew exactly where he wanted to go, and took caution to avoid the eyes of lingering Cupidine. If not for his needing to stop occasionally, I was sure we'd be there faster. But with each break, his breaths were becoming more ragged. It was only a matter of time until they caught us. Vitale, just a little more. Then you will go to the remaining distance yourself. Why not tell me where I need to go? I will not leave you until I know you are within the matching pool. Do not ask me again. I decided not to press any further. Given his agitation, it would only aggravate him more. Instead, I wrapped my arms around him again to steady his weight as we prepared to go further into the chambers. Emerging from the corridors into an open space, I saw the oasis-like pool at the center and felt a sense of relief. Wait. Vitale's hand gripped my shoulder, holding me by his side. Looking up at him, I immediately realized what he meant. Swarming the ceiling above were cupids, who'd all stopped in unison upon our entry. Walk no further. Aphrodite and 3 other people intercepted our approach to the matching pool. Vitale pressed forward against her command, with his hand still firm on my shoulder. I said stop! How your voice trembles in my presence, and yet you so boldly taunt me from the tip of your usurped chair. Your immaturity bores me, sweet Aphrodite. You're not supposed to be here. I told you never to set foot in Thespe again. Gullible to believe that I would heed you forever. Aim your bows. Derangement filled Aphrodite's eyes. She waved her hand for the cupids surrounding us. Among them, I saw the cupid I'd met a while ago staring at us with confusion, the only one who hadn't raised his bow on command. You dare to shoot a god? It isn't shooting a god if their aim is for the human in your arms. Surprised, Melrose? Oh! Aiming their bows and firing, arrows came in waves to crash into us. In the same breath, Vitale snatched my body so hard that my vision shook as he held me tight in his arms, shielding me from the shower. No! Don't protect me! Fuck! I'm fine. They're just flesh wounds. Cupidines are incapable of killing me. But you're already weakened, Vitale. For you, I can endure anything. None of the arrows reached me, finding a place in Vitale's body instead. All the while, Aphrodite smiled as he struggled to weather the storm. Being a liability to him. Being the reason he was getting hurt. I felt a burning rage for the woman who watched this gleefully. Stop it! I don't remember what his voice sounded like. I mean, I do, but The Cupid's voice rang out among his comrades, drawing the shock from them and Aphrodite. In a fit of rage, he began fighting his kind, stirring up chaos in the air as the Cupidine changed their focus to apprehend him. What are you imbeciles doing? Shoot! With the window of opportunity open, Vitale flapped his wings, sending a gust of wind to topple Aphrodite over. Poor Aphri. Is such a minor injury too painful for you? What a weak goddess you are. You. Summoning something that appeared to be a chisel, she threw it, and Vitale quickly whipped us out of the way. In the same instance, the horn of a trumpet propelled the chisel back at her, which she barely stopped.
Don't worry, help has arrived. And by help, I mean only Simonius and me, because...
Spare the grand introductions, please, Lady Femme. What in the heavens is going on here?
Retribution.
Shoving me toward Femme, Vitale offered a soft smile as he departed to combat Aphrodite. Wake him up. Wake him. For the briefest moment, Aphrodite's eyes finally locked with mine, and the intensity of her gaze told me to run. I made a break for the pool, reaching into my pants pocket for the fountain pen. I won't allow it! Your fight is with me. Her derangement seemed to increase now that I was fully part of the equation. I knew I couldn't face off with her, which explained Vitale lingering behind. Even so, I worried about his body. He was strong, but there was only so much that even he could take before another god could overpower him, right?
We can't let you pass.
Get any closer, and we'll shoot. 2 guys blocked my path. 2 guys. But Femme rushed to take my side, holding out an arm to block them from me. They don't look like the other Cupids.
Because they're not. They're friends of Eros. Humans he entrusted with his spare bows.
That's why they were called humans in the other one, because they are just humans? What?
It's the only reason they've lived so long. Take the bow. Take the bow and they're reduced to the ash that they should be.
Then it's time to put them in the fucking ground.
Agreed. I'll protect you from the arrows.
Femme took the lead, playing her trumpet with each fired arrow. What does her trumpet do? The arrows veered in different directions, some even spiraled back into the crowd of Cupids. That's the answer. I was surprised to see her powers at work. Aphrodite's chisel struck Femme's hand once we were close enough to the Foundation members. I rushed forward before one could shoot her and tackled one to the ground with the fountain pen in hand. I couldn't bring myself to stab him to kill, so I aimed to disarm him of his bow.
Human!
Femme alerted me. While I dusted one guy, the other had me in his line of fire.
You'll pay for that. Before the member could fire the arrow, Dr. Love swooped in, caught the man's arm, and followed it with an aggressive toss. His body collided with the cupids that chased him, dispersing into dust that blinded their sight.
Thank you for the bow.
Carry on. Now equipped with the bow, Dr. Love returned to aiding Akari against the other cupidine. I let out a breath of relief. That could have been game over. Don't worry about the last one. I got him. No, please, I don't want to die. I'm just here as in told. Pathetically, the last member ran away from Femme with the bow tightly gripped in his hand. I suppose he wasn't a threat, but that didn't change the fact that he, among the others, had overstayed their welcome, even helping Aphrodite keep their friend in a state of death this entire time. I gotta make it down there. Plunging myself into the Quasimir Lake was nothing compared to this. Although the water was vast and deep, I only did enough to swim away. There was no telling how far Eros was, or for how long I would need to hold my breath. Rose! Vitale's voice pierced the space, and I instinctively turned to see him bolt in front of me, wrapping me in a tight embrace. Vitale! His body jerked as if something struck him and his eyes closed in pain, gritting his teeth as the object came out of him.
Do not worry. If only it were a little higher, it'd have killed you, or put you to sleep at best. I had hoped to give you that mercy, but you broke into my home instead. You're not even hiding it anymore. What might the other gods think when they hear you? They may not care about me, but causing a calamity? That doesn't sound fun, does it? You'll be dead before they learn the truth. Try it. Gladly. Vitale looked down at me with that same soft smile as earlier before shoving me straight into the pool. My body sank into the water, swallowed by the currents pulling me down, 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 deeper into the depths. But not a second in between did the sea of names floating above me part to reveal a devilish Aphrodite barreling after me. Fuck. Alarm that she'd gotten past Vitale welled up in me, but I knew if she caught me, I was dead for sure. I turned tail and dove deeper, but there was no sign of Eros. Pink bubbles emerged from the depth, but his body was nowhere to be seen. Was yet to be seen. I'm just making up words. Meanwhile, Aphrodite's presence threatened to engulf me from behind, fingers clawing up my pant legs. I took the fountain pen clenched in my hand and jabbed at her with it. Her face contorted with intense anger, and her chisel materialized in her hand. This was it. He was either kill or be killed from here. Like a chain, Aphrodite wouldn't let go of me. I felt the chisel stab into my side during our fight and twisted my face in pain. A mist of red clouded the water. Her mania-filled eyes glistened and her smile threatened to stretch her face, making my heart sink. Honestly, I know we're only getting CGs of like the love interest and stuff, but I'd love to see a CG of her insane murder face. She's so expressive. If I were going to die, then I wanted revenge. Not just because she tried to kill me, but for all the shit she put Vitale through, for Eros, and for Psyche. There was no way she'd escape this unharmed. I deserved to have that much. Taking the fountain pen, I drew a clean slash across her face. Effortless. Ah! She let go. A layer of red bled into the fresh water as she held her eyes and emitted a distorted scream. The job wasn't finished. Through my wavering consciousness, I swam deeper. Eros. His resting body emerged into view. Almost there. The life in me had seeped through her weapon, still lodged into my side. I'm going to die away from everything and everyone that I care about, doing this last thing. I don't know what happened to Vitale. I want to see him. I want to know that he's fine. She injured him. He's a god, so that shouldn't kill him easily, right? I'm scared to die without knowing. I'm scared that Vitale is dead. Oddly, I should be worried about myself. But I knew something like this was just written in my future. Even more so with Thanatos' omen. If Thanatos were to take my soul in the end, I needed there to be a win for us. Even if it meant I couldn't enjoy the victory. All this trouble had to amount to something. Damn it, Eros. I reached my hand out for the arrow stuck in Eros' chest as my vision hazed into black. Take care of him for me. Golden chains bound my limbs. Golden chains bound my limbs, keeping me firmly tethered to the ground. The entrapment only tightened the more I resisted. Chains filled the entire room, tangling everyone in sight. All fighting had ceased. The source had been none other than the god Hephaestus, Aphrodite's husband.
I will release you once I understand the full story.
By that time, my lover will be dead. How foolish can you be? Release me. Release me now. If not for his stealthy arrival, I could have prepared for this. He had no clue of the truth, but let his wife go free simply because she promised to return when she'd handled her business.
I will once you calm yourself down. I'm not here for a fight.
Aphrodite is going to kill my lover, Hephaestus, and if she does, you would do well never to release me afterward. We can talk unbound. Please, just let us go. He relented. That was easy. Releasing the restraints. However, that didn't... he relented, releasing the restraints. However, that didn't seem to matter. A geyser of water erupted from the pool, and soon the realm wobbled beneath us. The water surged out, throwing Aphrodite and Melrose to the ground. Ooh. Where am I? I can't see. Honey? Hephaestus?
I still don't understand what happened here, or why you needed my chisel, but I guess that no longer matters.
Are you not upset about what you see going on here? It certainly matters. They attacked me. Won't you do something?
I won't. According to them, you started whatever this mess is. Just come here. I will bring you home.
No! You're supposed to support me, Hephaestus.
Coming here was enough. Giving you my chisel also counts. As far as I'm concerned, you have no room to complain about support. I have not forgiven you, nor Ares. So do not irritate me any further. Come now. Let me tend to your wounds.
I spared only a moment to see the damage left to her face, as that oaf of a god carted her away. I spared only a moment to see the damage left to her face as that oaf of a god carted her away. But my eyes burned at the sight of Melrose's body on the ground. One step after another, alarm in me rose. He was too still for my comfort. Rose. No, not again. I rushed to his side, leaning over his pale form. The chisel was still lodged deep into his side, and once I removed it, a crimson-red pool coated my hand. He didn't move an inch. Melrose. Melrose! No response when I pulled him into my arms. No warmth radiated from his cold, wet skin. No sign that he'd open his eyes. No rise or fall of his chest. Just blood draining from the wound to his side. No matter how hard my hand pressed it, it would not cease. Staring at his chest, my trembling fingers finally pressed the center to confirm the answer I feared. No heartbeat. Agony bubbled out of my throat. The worst came to pass. My Rose died. Miniature voices warbling around me failed to pierce my thoughts, muffled by an unpleasant ring and the awareness of my unsteady breath. Despite the body in my arms, remaining still and unresponsive, I reached inside his chest, touching the hazy wisp of heat. You're still here. The sound of a pair of feet and the rattle of dangling chains stood out isolated from the white noise. Grasping his soul from his immobile corpse, I cradled him to my chest. His naked form radiated warmth into the palms of my hands.
Vitale, you can't!
Her voice slipped between the cacophony of sounds still blurring my mind. The plodding feet and chains grew louder and more rampant. I must go.
No! It'll only make things worse.
I did not heed her words. I attempted to shift away from the pulsating realm. However, as the universe would have it, I wasted too much energy and my state of mind kept me from escaping the matching pool's entrance. Death continued to approach like a vast sea of water, ready to engulf the entire plane. Still, pathetically, I hobbled the halls with no real assurance of escape. No genuine hope, no power. Only stubbornness would carry me to the edge of all existence if Thanatos could not reach me. Who do we pray to when we ourselves are gods? Which god should I grovel before to protect the world I had held in my arms? I've never wanted for myself. A being that loved the relationship of others and never once thought about needing it, even upon rebirth. What I wanted most was simply to be accepted and understood. I had only desired to mend this human's broken heart, but having a taste of his love made me yearn for it. You do not want to incur my wrath, god of fatal attraction. I will not stop until I have him. Not a single living thing mattered to me more than the soul I held. I would incur his wrath. I would die if I had to, but I would never willfully hand him what was mine. I would not give him to death and wait ages for his return as someone I no longer knew. I have learned the quality of selfishness. This soul, Melrose, belongs to me, all mine. I do not want another, and I will not have another. You forced my hand. The swipe of Thanatos' scythe carved into my arrow-littered back, sending me to the floor. Melrose's unconscious soul rolled from my arms, lying across from my fallen form. The pain didn't matter. I dragged my body closer, draping over him like a tattered shield for the inevitable. Till the end, you refused to accept your punishment. Even if I were to humor your request and allow you to keep his soul, he would eventually lose himself and cease to exist. Would that not be greater torment for you? Or is this act on brand with your concept, God of fatal? Yeah. Excuse me, Thanatos. I know this is Eros. I don't know. I don't know what to do with this. I don't know what to do. Give me a second. I don't know. I think we're gonna just use like a something. I'll figure something out. We'll settle somewhere. I had only the opportunity to hear a glimpse of his voice, but the memory held a weight as strong as any other pivotal moment in my existence. I raised my hand to gaze upon him. My head, rather. Eros, god of love. Stop referring to him that way. This is fine. I'll go with this. That is not and never was the concept that I gave him. Eros descended before death, challenging all that he stood for. To see him awakened before my eyes was unbelievable. My bad. My rose had successfully done it. Everything had not been in vain. His wish could come true. But was it worth it if he was not here with me to celebrate it? Staring at the softness of his sleeping face, I pressed a kiss to his soul. God of love? There's a lot I need to catch up on, but I couldn't sit idly by after witnessing you chasing my injured little brother. Oh? What did you do to him? Brother. I see. No matter. I do not care for his origin or where you've come from at the moment. What matters to me is retrieving that soul that he's so desperately clinging to. Once I have it, then I will take my leave, and you can have your little reunion afterward. And Teros. The name had been so far removed since he'd given to me that I felt reduced to a mere child upon hearing it. There's a solution to this problem, yes? We don't need to waste time with tears and goodbyes any longer, and this soul will disappear. What are you on about? Sometimes there is life after death. Life doesn't need to end just because death looms close by. Eros looked back at me with a warm smile and an imploring gaze. Then everything clicked. In my panic and desperation, I'd foregone the only proper solution I could have. A hope that if I tried everything, I could keep Rose true to who he was. What he was. A human. Dying as one did not mean that I couldn't save him. I'd just have to sacrifice that part of him. A choice that, in normal circumstances, I'd ask for his consent, but in this moment, I will choose for him and take full responsibility for what becomes of him. Of us. Dear Rose, I apologize for my mishandling. The price I'm giving you is no small feat. Wait. Should you come to hate me, I will gladly accept your punishment and yours alone. Placing my hand firmly over the spot where his wound once was, I channeled the essence of my godhood inside his form. No! Back the fuck off. Before Thanatos could intervene, Eros used himself to block his clash of strength, holding him back, bare hand to bare hand.
Foolish god! Insult me all you like. Insult me all you like, but you're not getting past me.
Eros's confidence seeped into my own. Eros's confidence seeped into my own, reassuring my withering body that I could very well change the hand of fate. I bestow upon you the concept of the soul, the personification of a human's journey, the growth, the change, and the pain. I give you the name Psyche. Once enough of my essence seeped into Melrose, his body lifted from my arms with an effervescent glow encasing him. I'm using Melrose's voice. Once enough of my presence seeped into Melrose, his body lifted from my arms with an effervescent glow, encasing him. In one last-ditch effort, Thanatos swung the scythe that he'd unsheathed, aiming for Rose's heart. With hardly a thought, I threw myself in the line of fire to take the blow, and yet Eros, with hardly any hesitation, caught the strike in between his steel boots. It means nothing if you die, brother. Sorry about Eros's voice. I ran out. I don't have any more. At present. I suppose you were right. Like watching a butterfly's metamorphosis, Rose changed before all of our eyes. And when he breathed his newfound breath and laid his eyes upon me, there was that fondness I adored. Pogger's face. Oh my god. Argenticore. The sensation I felt inside my body was entirely brand new. A body sculpted to resemble the one I'd lost. My hair had grown much longer, hanging low enough to reach my waist, and butterfly wings sprouted from my back. My clothes were nothing like the human clothing I'd worn before. Refreshing. Light. Peaceful. I hadn't felt this brand new even after a random trip to a spa. As my bare feet touched the wavering floor, I carefully held onto Vitale's shoulders for support. How do you feel? Honestly, I think I got stuffed in a washing machine, then hung on a clothesline in the spring or something. If you're being facetious, then you must be fine. Absolutely. I wrapped my arms around his neck and drew him into a hug. Vitale returned the hold, firmly squeezing me as if he were afraid to let me go. I acknowledged Eros hovering behind us, wearing a teary expression, as if looking at a lost loved one. His eyes bore into me, but he shook his head profusely. Amazing how you look the spitting image of her. He even gave you her name. You can just call me Melrose if you want. Melrose. An interesting choice of name. Vitale continued to hold me, face buried into my shoulder and hand running through my hair. He remained lost in his thoughts and the feeling of having me alive in his arms. I didn't feel the need to stop him. This kind of love was what I'd always wanted, after all. Ugh. I should have known of your antics. If there's a will, there's a way, old friend. Thanatos regarded Eros with a roll of his eyes, then stared at Vitale and me, eyes softening slightly. I cannot claim the soul of that which is no longer mortal. However, do not try to die as a god. That will be more impactful than a tiny ant of a lifespan. Do not try to die as a god. What do you do if that happens, Thanatos? What do you have to do with it? What does it have to do with you? Duly noted. We're not going to find out. It's not part of the story. He sighed again, training his full attention on Vitale, who hadn't stopped to register much of anything else since I'd returned. Still, he should not go unpunished. Tampering in my line of work. It makes no sense to me. If it is as you say, and the young one is not the god of fatal attraction, then what is he? The god of requited love. Oh? He's not been doing his job at all. It's not... It was then that Vitale froze, disturbed from his trance and rejoining us in the present. Pulling away, he turned his head back to look at Eros. I learned the hard way that love can only grow when it's reciprocated. Only then can it mature. So when he came to me in a dream, I passed my will to him so that he would continue my work when I no longer could. And Teros would encourage the strength of heartfelt bonds while soothing those who mourn it. His emotions are most in tune with love, whether lifelong commitments or heartbreak. Make no mistake, he's within his rights to avenge and protect love, too. I don't know what he's done to encroach you, or why you've labeled him something foul, but he was never some false love deity. Eros crossed his arms, sizing Thanatos up as he protected his little brother's integrity. Witnessing it, I found any lingering unease about him fading away. Eros wasn't a terrible god as I had initially made him out to be. Vitale materialized his bow, watching as the dark color changed to red and the thorns replaced themselves with roses. But... so I guess, in the same way that Cupidine doing work outside of their concept, meaning pursuing love rather than granting love, causes them to become physically warped because he thought he was the god of fatal attraction and was acting exclusively within that space. He corrupted himself by not understanding himself. He didn't even know what he was. This is like... he's actually a healing. A healing has happened. There was a healing. There was a great healing. I might meme about this later. So even that was a product of my mind. I mean, technically it was Aphrodite's fault. Low-key. Not to blame a woman for everything. Everything's not her fault. But she did a lot of stuff. She did cause several problems, actually. To be fair. It's no different from when I decide to use my lead arrow rather than the normal one. Lead arrow. You know, making people fall out of love and whatnot. I figured yours might be crazier to handle, however. The opposite of reciprocation is likely something distorted, if I had to guess. He couldn't have been more right. It was, but it's no issue now. I finally have the answer I've been craving for all these years. Surely you want answers yourself. I, as well as the other Cupidine, can share that with you. Eros's face visibly showed his discomfort, smiling wryly at the suggestion. You know what I realized? We never saw that cat the entire time we were at Vitale's house. Not, I mean, it is a cat. But anyway. I'd rather get that information from the two of you. They're too spirited for me, having just woken up. I can only assume that it's been a very long time. The god of death watched the brothers talk and sighed once again, reverting his scythe to the upside-down torch. I fear a lot will need to be discussed to fully grasp the truth of what has occurred. Between your supposed false death and the unknowing birthing of the young one, as well as Aphrodite's hand in it. We will have much to talk about. Given the birth of a new god, that discussion should happen sooner rather than later. God of requited love, so long as you cease using death as your divine punishment, you will not make an enemy of me. But here's the thing, he's been doing it for a long time. I mean, I guess... Is it like... He's been doing it for presumably a couple hundred years at least. And the thing that pushed Thanatos over the edge was letting a human participate. And he was like, that's the final straw. He's been killing, like, there's like 100 jars in that room. Like, he's been killing people for God knows how long. And it pisses me off, but like, now you got a human involved? I can't take that. You know what I mean? Because he is killing people that aren't necessarily fated to die. He's always been doing that. The people he kills are people who have killed other people for delusions of love. I mean, they were fated to die eventually, but I feel like rarely were they fated to die in the moment that they die by Vitale's hand. It doesn't necessarily matter, okay? I'm just asking questions to ask them. Maybe there'll be a DLC. I'm kidding. I can temper myself. Knowing who I am and enduring what I have, my emotions will not get the best of me again. Vitale rose to his feet, holding his injury while extending an offered hand. I promise you this, from one god as serious about his concept to the other. Then let it be so. The way he stared at Vitale's hand gave the impression that he wouldn't accept it. Then after a moment of pause, he shook his hand in truce. As the two exchanged a few more words, I noticed Eros gazing at me again. Taking a guess, I'd say it probably had something to do with Psyche. Then I remembered the fountain pen. Right. I'm unsure if my body is still there, but a fountain pen is in my pocket. It has your arrow tip in it. So, she kept the arrow. Well, at least it protected her and her young. There were so many things that I wanted to ask him, especially regarding Psyche. He's blushing, so... He's happy about that? The looks he gave me were like staring at the ghost of her memory, quite similar to Vitale's. If I believed in Vitale's love for me, I couldn't blindly shit on Eros' love for Psyche. But how could he still love her? She was the reason he'd been stuck in a vegetative state for all these years. Love was a complicated thing. Oh. So was the issue, we didn't necessarily explore it, so was the issue though that Psyche, Eros was in love with Psyche? Which is why he made all of her relationships fail? Making her crazy enough to attack him? Driving her crazy enough to attack him? Nearly killing him? But he still loves her. It's messy. It's probably a little messy. It seems a little messy, but that's okay. This is messy. Blessedly. Beautifully. After my ascension to godhood registered throughout Olympus, I was required to attend a traditional banquet in which all the gods would celebrate the birth of a new one. Well, damn, I know Vitale didn't get to go to one of these. To me, it hardly resembled a celebration and seemed more like a festival everyone had to attend, whether they wished to or not. When Femme said the gods usually kept out of each other's hair and to their own affairs, she truly meant it. Being amongst them, I still felt intimidated and largely out of place. When they spoke to me, it was only to ask my name and what I governed, and the occasional question of whether I was the one who temporarily blinded Aphrodite. If anything, the gods had most of their attention on Eros and Vitale. With Eros having returned, they had plenty of questions and scoldings for him. Even more so, now that they have fully revealed the truth about misrepresenting Vitale and denying him his God-given name. With it came the unveiling of Psyche's story, and Eros' induced slumber in line with Aphrodite's usurpation. The atmosphere was chilling as Zeus dealt her punishment of induced sleep for some time, long enough to match Eros's. One that resulted in her husband, Hephaestus, being rather gleeful to have a docile wife. Okay. I mean, Hades couldn't stop eyeballing me as he wanted to claim my soul where I stood. Perhaps he knew of my run-in with Thanatos and expected my soul at his doorstep. Nevertheless, he didn't say much of anything to me besides grunting. After partaking in the main course of why everyone mandatorily attended, the ambrosia and nectar, Vitale whisked me back to his domain, leaving the other gods to linger and disperse as they pleased. Vitale and I spent every day thereafter rolling around like newlyweds and governing our concepts together. Although his concept had largely improved, I sometimes struggled to adjust to mine. The soul. I thought it was spelled like Grenasio, not Greenacue, but that's why I was so confused earlier. But Greenacue is Greenacue. It's nearly time. Why don't you go in? I just came back from another prayer. I need a moment. Come back home as a god. Visit my bestie as a god. We stood outside the early rising tattoo parlor, preparing to open for a service. Inside, I could see them zipping about like busybodies. Getting tired. See them zipping about like the busybodies that they were. I hadn't seen them in what felt like ages, yet their prayers surprised me. They wanted to change, to move on and heal from the loss of me. I caused that. Disappearing into thin air, never coming back. Maybe fate wanted me to rectify it. Any longer and the quality time will be shortened, Rosie. That's not his voice, but bear with me. He was right. While they were opening the shop, there was no telling when their customers or even their employees would come shuffling in. I had to talk to them now. Phasing through the double doors into the building, I let myself take on a tangible form. Something Vitale had been practicing with me as of late, in case there was ever a time like this one. The anxiety settled in as I heard her muttering to herself at the receptionist's desk. A 9 a.m., an 11:30 a.m., and a 1 p.m. Can you squeeze in 30 minutes? Can you squeeze in 30 minutes before 9 a.m.? With the way she froze, I was sure Marla would freak out at the sound of my voice, but she only lifted her head, eyes looking at me in the face. I swallowed hard as she stared at me. I hadn't given her the decency to appear the same way as I had left her. Being a god, I had to master changing my appearance. Besides, I'd rather she saw me for what I am now. She stared at me for an entire minute in silence before quickly making her way around the front desk. Marlo rushed at me, and I prepared for her battering hands, but that never came.
Instead, her arms wrapped around me tightly, hugging me close. God, I can't tell if I'm hallucinating right now. You feel so real. It's me. I'm truly here, Mar. I'm gonna try not to cry. You can, and you should. Letting go is allowing yourself to feel. I made you suffer like this for a while, huh? Yeah, you jerk. She erupted into tears as she always did, bawling her eyes out like an enormous baby. And I wasn't immune, shedding my own tears as she weakly batted my arms. The commotion drew the attention of Esmond, who came barreling out of the back room. Babe, what's... Hey, Esmond. Full of hesitation, Esmond approached us, hand shaking as he extended it to touch my arm. A light touch, then a grasp, to a squeeze. Esmond's confused expression was flooded with emotions as he joined us in the teary reunion. It took a bit of everything to settle down enough for words. When it did, Marlowe led me to the couch in the back while Esmond finished opening for their employees to arrive. A bit too overwhelmed to be near me. Vitale had attempted to stay put outside of the parlor to observe, but I insisted that he be present with us. Wow. I thought that I'd gone insane the day when I saw you disappear up there. If not for Esmond believing me, I probably would have. You know, people kept telling us things like maybe you escaped or you died and your body couldn't be recovered. All kinds of shit that just made no sense. Eventually, I just stopped talking about it. I'm sorry. The situation I was in was too dire to stay. I apologize for keeping him away. A human life is fleeting. He is a being of higher status now, so living among you might prove to be limited with his duties. Vitale sat next to me on the love seat, while Marlowe sat opposite us. Amazing that even though she'd been wearing herself down, Marlowe was still keeping herself presentable as a boss. One probably couldn't tell just by looking at her. I gazed at her ring finger, expecting to find a wedding ring, but to my surprise, it was the same old engagement ring. Before I could tear my eyes away from it, Marlowe caught me. There's no hard feelings if you've been taking good care of him all this time. I couldn't have asked for more. I mean, honestly, I'm glad that I even got to see him now. Whether it's one last time or few and far between. The fact that you didn't die that day, knowing that you're alive is all I could want for you. All we could have wanted. Esmond was really torn up too. I figured. That night we came to an understanding of each other, but I just vanished after. It had to be hard for him. Yeah. I know he's being kind of avoidant at the moment, but he's just processing it. He has his whole lifespan to process it if he needs to. Not much of a rush situation for me anymore. Marlowe smiled, looking between Vitale and me in awe, slightly shaking her head. We always joked that you brought in the hot guys pretty often, but a god? And now you're a god too? I still can't believe my own words right now. I can pinch you if that helps. Please don't. Your pinches hurt. Vitale's chuckle drew our attention to his soft expression of admiration, one he'd worn countless times when watching his pairs. No matter the bond, Vitale enjoyed watching the prosperity of love. I must say that in my time of watching over you two, I enjoyed observing your relationship. A pure love, much like the youths I'd been attached to. Although I didn't understand the complexities or the sadness that it prompted, the bond between you is one that I adore.
I do like that that ended up being completely consistent in terms of what his actual concept was. Like, us seeing the fight between Melrose and Marlowe's ex-boyfriend, and him not feeling the threat of Melrose potentially killing him because their love was attuned with his concept, more so than whatever was going on between Tegan and Marlowe. I like that. I like that it tracks. I mean, who wouldn't? But I appreciate that narratively. With that said, Miss Marlowe, I thank you for taking care of Melrose and being his support in time I could not. I mean, before you guys knew each other? My face flushed at his words. I didn't expect him to thank her, nor did I think for a second that he viewed it that fondly. I didn't know what to say.
Of course. No need to thank me for what's already given. May is very lovable, as you understand.
I must agree. Don't start chatting about me like I'm not here. Oh, Rosie, you were chatting like this because you are here.
Yep.
Well, stop it. It's making me embarrassed. The two began giggling and chuckling together as they took turns teasing me. Seeing my two favorite people becoming friends was also a gift in all of this. Aw. I'd never felt so lucky in my life. So complete. Although it was the shortest minutes of my life, being able to sit and talk to Marlowe made my former stress simmer. As the god of souls, I blessed her and Esmond with the strength they needed to continue forward with their lives, even if they wouldn't have me in it regularly. I vowed to be there for them when it mattered most and to check in whenever I could. They wished me luck with my new life and duties. Departing felt less melancholic that way. In a field of flowers. Oh! I know we're not going to find this out either, and it doesn't matter, but if Vitale is like scorned and shunned by all the gods, never really knew what his concept was, kicked out of Thespe, only has Femme as like a friendly companion, how did he end up with a mansion? What in the thug mansion is going on over here? A mansion with like a giant, seemed like massive acreages of land, and like a whole ass, like, what? Maybe he built it himself. Not that it matters. It doesn't have to be explained. I'm just thinking about it. It doesn't actually matter at all. I guided a few other humans, then retired back to Vitale's domain for rest. Adjusting to expending my energy would take time, whether I was fully motivated or not. Being fairly new to my authority left me drained faster. Ah, there you are. I opened my eyes to find Vitale hovering over me. I'd gone into the maze of the garden to check on his flowers while he was away. Somewhere in the mix of time, I drifted to sleep among the flower beds. For Christ's sake. Finished with your work? One might say so. Oh, new outfit. Aw. Vitale took a seat beside me before curling himself over my body and pressing his lips against my temple. Does it comfort you to sleep among my flowers? I only meant to tend them. They've bloomed. Can't let them wilt again. Still, the idea of you as a gardener was not something I pegged you for, dear Rose. And when you say that, I feel inclined just to prove you wrong. You've done a wonderful job of that so far. Vitale's lips found mine with a light brush. His natural smell flooded my lungs, and the soft invitation in his eyes brought heat to my cheeks. Then where's my reward? I give you myself. Is that not enough reward? Lips to lips. I love it, but I was thinking something a little more entangled. I've never known you to dance around with words this much. By now, you'd have been blunt. Maybe I want to have a little class, like you. I kissed the corner of his lips, feeling the brush of his piercings against my chin. He chased my lips, but I pulled back to gaze upon his face. He'd always been pale, the flush of pigment in his skin, the shine of his lips, the youth underneath his eyes. Vitale's mind was healthy again. Though his appearance was forever a product of Aphrodite's punishment, his likeness resembled the sweet Cupid that he once was, albeit a lot more mischievous and sassy. How does it feel? Whatever could you mean? Knowing what you are and being able to govern as you should. I'd say you're happy, but I want to hear what you feel personally. He paused, sighing after a moment of what I thought to be pondering. Strange to no longer be at war with myself. The voices are no longer there to keep me company. Feels a little lonely. So I guess the pain he was experiencing wasn't the pain of being called to his concept. It was the pain of the concept of love, requited love, being destroyed in a violent way, which I suppose still happens from time to time, right? Like he still experiences those like bouts of pain when it occurs. Once again, doesn't need to be explained. And obviously, in normal circumstances, it would happen fairly irregularly, or more irregularly than it was happening when Aphrodite was trying to, like, trigger him to go crazy. But anyway, I'm just thinking about it. Doesn't matter. Feels a little bit lonely, okay, but liberating in that I've reclaimed a long-lost peace. It does not pass without guilt, however. What do you have to be guilty of, actually? What do you have to be guilty of? Many relationships went without the blessing I should bestow to their redundancy. I even neglected to bring ease to those left broken-hearted, rendering them to painful transitions through life. So many requited went unprotected, and the unrequited left to dwell in their mourning. Can I say something incredibly selfish? No. I'm gonna say it anyway. If my unrequited feelings had gone away sooner, we wouldn't be together. We both suffered a lot. I think you take the cake, but I love the gift at the end of it. Even if said gift uprooted you from the life you knew and made you responsible for others instead. I wasn't too fond of running into the many walks of life that held similar journeys, if not worse than mine. Part of giving their souls a chance to move forward with change was consuming part of their burden. Taking their pain within myself and letting it go. The process was uncomfortable and left me tired, but seeing the sense of resolve and determination in the faces of those who prayed to me afterward made the discomfort worth it. It would take time, but I believe I can handle it all one day. I love my gift, and I love you. Then I have little room to argue. Vitale kissed the back of my hand, and I sighed, feeling this essence pass through my skin to touch my soul, enough to calm the blur of anxiety in my chest. I knew it was his ability, his given power, but no matter how many times he used it on me, it felt so natural, as if this is just how his love feels. I'm so grateful to be loved by him, for every hardship, for every imperfection, all accepted, all embraced, all nurtured. Look, being straightforward might be a little too crass here, but I'm in a mood. I'm well aware. But I'd rather my Rose say it outright. I ran my hand out down his chest, slipped my finger over his abs, then further down. The giddiness on Vitale's face increased with each touch. He laughed quietly, gliding his fingers along my hip. Stop making me self-conscious. Fine. My oh so impatient love. Know that I will not rest, even if it's too intense for you. No complaining here. That's just how I like it. For Christ's sake. Alright. Alright. So I was wondering how we would encounter Eros. And we did it. It is interesting. It's interesting to think that you have, like, Eros longed for Psyche. Dr. Love was in love with a descendant of Psyche, and also Vitale. Technically, I guess Icardi too, but not necessarily in this run. I think in Icardi's case, he is just interested in love, and probably could fall in love with anyone. It just happened to be Melrose could see him and was able to, like, enlist him in a way that allowed him to indulge in this interest, I suppose. All right, now for the bad ending. Should I save first? Hold on. I don't think we've missed on anything, but maybe there's an ending cutscene or CG after everything else. It would suck if we had to go through the entire thing again just to get to it, so. He won't last. His strength will fade, and then what? It'll all be for nothing if we go after Aphrodite now and he succumbs beforehand. Vitale, don't endure it anymore. Okay, so we're gonna go try to resolve the issues first before we go to Aphrodite? For you, I can endure. No, I don't want that if it's at the expense of your own well-being. For now, let's go take care of some of them so you can regain your energy. I see. I also, coming back to everything at the end here, we have one more ending. We're gonna hit the bad ending of Vitale. We just completed the good ending of Vitale. There was like a hiccup in the middle. I did talk about it a little bit, but it came together nicely at the end. After that point, like, I was kind of glad I took a break there, because after that, everything kind of like coalesced nicely. But I get that. Like, that's a thing that happens for sure when writing. Like, there's something where you're like, I don't know how to bridge this gap. Let me just put some stuff here and I'll just refine it, and it'll get to the level of the other things that I feel like I understand what I'm writing about right now. And sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's like, it's difficult. Writing is difficult. But it doesn't, in my mind, detract overall from the quality of the visual novel or my enjoyment of it as a whole. Does it disturb you? My divine punishment? I don't like to witness it. It's intense, but it's something I can endure for you. Besides, they're bad people anyway. Pam and I helped him stand up steadily, but she hastily separated herself from us and rushed toward the thicket of trees. Why'd she run away?
I'll go to Thespe. Maybe I can stop things from getting worse by blocking Aphrodite's tampering. Just try to hang in there, my friend.
Exiting in a burst of gold sparkles, she left no room for us to discuss. If she stopped Aphrodite, then Vitale's symptoms would calm down, and he wouldn't have to punish so many. Come on, let's go. Believing that Femme would solve the problem came with a price. I had my doubts from the very moment we appeared in front of the first assailant, to the next and the next. Vitale's body trembled with aggression, an explosive reaction resulting from the immediate death of those murderers. Still, he seemed to ease slightly from the hunt. With no foreseeable end in sight, he covered himself in the display of his victim's blood. We were reliving his last days as a Cupidine again. The derangement that filled his eyes, the lack of restraint in his movements, and the words that didn't faze him. I was practically a ghost at his coattails. One he registered enough to drag behind him, but no longer to listen to. Damn it, Vitale! Here! Pale eyes burned at their target as they screamed and ran in terror behind me. I used all my strength to wrap myself firmly around Vitale, hoping to stop him, if only for a second. His breath heaving, heart pounding at a fearful rate, mouth foaming like some rabid animal. He made no motion to remove me, but he had no intention of stopping, attempting to bone rush past me. Losing my footing, I fell to the wayside. Vitale wasted no time launching at the flailing person, disposed before one could blink. The screaming ceased just as quickly. Blood-stained teeth bared, Vitale returned to my side almost systematically. Come on, you've got enough sense to tell that I'm here, but you're not listening to me? This isn't you, Vitale. This vicious expression isn't who you are. You're a love-filled god. Don't lose yourself like this. It hurts to see you in pain. I snatched the hand he extended to my own, yanking him closer. Unfocused eyes stared through mine. Vitale wasn't listening to me anymore, and I had no clue what to do. I shouldn't have told you to give in. I'm so sorry, Vitale. Rose. At that moment, his eyes seemed to register me. I thought I'd made a breakthrough, only for it to shatter once he teleported us to the next target, proceeding to execute them like all the rest. The glee of revenge was nowhere to be found. No matter how many he hunted, he was a madman, swallowed in a mass of depression and rage, crying out when he found the victims, lashing out when he saw their murderers. I was not there to stop him, just to be a companion, to witness his terrifying descent. The concept of fatal attraction completely consumed the man I loved. Still, I dared not call him that. I will no longer stand for your senseless line-crossing, child. Thanatos' voice pierced the chilled air of the forest as Vitale sought his next prey. Before Vitale could sink his teeth into the person's chest, death tapped their shoulder, sending them away from our location. Vitale's head snapped in the direction I assumed he sensed the target to have gone before making his way over to me. However, the glistening scythe anchored itself in the ground and intercepted his path between us. If you must continue to disobey me, leave not with this human. He will expire soon, and I will claim his soul as payment for letting you continue your tirade. Huh? Thanatos shot me a glance over his shoulder, then continued to watch Vitale, whose aggression shifted its target. In your selfish desires, you've once again forgotten that fate has written the death of this man in exchange for the life of the woman he saved. You've forgotten the entire cause for your retreat into hiding. An animal, you are. Honestly, an unsightly image of a god. Despite the uncontrollable nerves twitching throughout his body, Vitale pointedly stared at his superior with eyes threatening violence at any moment. I trembled at the thought of them coming to blows. For fuck's sake, he's not doing this because he wants to. He's having a psychotic breakdown. This is Aphrodite's fault. She knows he hates fatal attractions, so she's causing them to piss him off, to traumatize him. Can't you see his behavior is too out of control? I found some words to say, hoping the god of death would look at Vitale through a different lens. Unfortunately, my words were a fumble too many, and his mind was more than set. I care not for the cause. I merely want the actions to cease. Your drivel is only an excuse because of your worldly emotions and beliefs. We get it. You're death, so you don't understand the love shit. You just wake up to collect the dead when it's their time. Rightfully, you're pissed off about the work he's giving you, but at least try to figure out why the fuck it's happening. Why are you just punishing him for being this way? When one is wrong, are they not punished? Human, you seek to absolve him of his crimes through flimsy logic. The frustration bubbled in me, fists clenching so tight that I wasn't sure what to do with myself. My words, no matter how unrehearsed or ill-crafted, continued to be a joke to him. But even if we acknowledge and hold Vitale responsible for his actions, it doesn't change the fact that he was a victim too. That none of them did their part to help him as a newly found god. Aphrodite got away with, and still is getting away with, abusing him. And no one cares. They just want to sneer and shun him while hardly giving a shit about their own hand in it. My eyes grew hot. Your willful ignorance is disappointing. Death's eyes seemed to change as he regarded me, but to what effect hadn't been clear. Perhaps he was intently awaiting the moment that fate would have me drop dead. Or maybe my words struck him. It didn't matter. Using your last minutes to plead the case of a disgraced god is rather admirable for a human. Shouldn't you be pleading for your survival instead? Thanatos lifted the scythe from the dirt and pointed it at my throat. The challenge in his voice didn't register in his eyes, but I had no time to think about his taunt. Vitale immediately responded. Child. Vitale! My scream didn't reach him. His dark nails had already seized Death's chest, making an incision. Or so it had appeared. Vitale staggered before his body collapsed to the ground with a loud thump. Crimson red pooled beneath him. In the same hand that seized Death was his own heart. I choked on the breath that I inhaled, holding my throat while staring at Vitale's motionless body. Foolish young god, this is not the outcome that I sought. The god of death is impossible to kill. This is known among all gods, or rather it should have been known. Those who have tried contributed to nothing but their own demise. That is my calamity. Only whimpers escaped my throat. Dropping to the mud, clawing through damp grass where Vitale's body lay downturned, I pulled him into my arms. His pale eyes didn't register me. They would never register me again. The thought led me to breathe in reverse. Painful, sharp exhales, brief, panicked inhales. What? What is this? What is it? Alarmed, Thanatos shifted us from the dark forest to the city. Death and chaos ran through the streets, but not one of terror. Harrowing as the sight was, the smiles on loving faces as they ultimately took one another's lives made it seem festive. His calamity. It is essentially fatal attraction, and yet fate records it now. Why is it now that this sea of death is proper? Thanatos stared at Vitale with— You're gonna have so much paperwork, I'm so sorry. Thanatos stared at Vitale with massive confusion and frustration of his own. The laughter and party of loving couples committing their highest form of love was now normal for society in Vitale's absence. At this rate, over half the human population would die off. Sheesh. Then I thought of Marlowe and Esmond. Oh. Clenching my chest, I curled over Vitale and squeezed an agonized cry out of my lungs. Thanatos continued to lament the chaos, fumbling through his logical mind to find the damn answer for all this. If this is his calamity, then his concept cannot be... It must have been something lesser in scale. Human, you claimed that he... Squishy-faced again. I mean, we don't love it. This is actually very sad. Thanatos silenced himself, solemnly staring at my pathetic state. I couldn't reply to him even if I wanted to. I'd lost the ability to speak. And if I could, my only words would be a plea for death. Placing soft kisses on Vitale's cold red lips. Nothing to ease the feeling in my chest. The fire that smoldered. The squeeze of my lungs, the rawness of my throat. My eyes blurred with draining tears that fell on his face. No thumb to wipe them. No lips to kiss them away. Nothing to ease the distress. Just lifeless eyes staring back at me. Then something inside me broke. Perhaps it popped out of place. Maybe snapped. I lost all feeling in my body, slumping over Vitale's corpse. Gradually, all sights and sounds faded into a quiet darkness. A gentle darkness. And still, it claims you. Albeit for nothing now. The meaning is now lost. A death such as this one is unkind. I am sorry. May your next life be blessed from the sorrow that this life has given you. Poor human. Bad ending. Well, at least it was quick. You don't get the credits in the bad ending. That's pretty funny. All right. We did it. I think. I don't think it's possible I've missed anything. We're gonna double check. What the fuck is this? What are we missing? Alright, let's take a look at the CGs from the rest of this run first, and then I think we're going to go back to the credits of the good ending, because I'm pretty sure the CG we're missing is probably at the end of that. So this is where Rose gives up and decides to die to protect everyone, to protect Marlowe and Esmond. Wish we could click through. This is them making love. Very nicely drawn scene. Love it. In the bath. Beautiful. Oops. Vitale, when he became something different. Became who he is today. Vitale dying. Rose dying. And the good ending. Which I kind of wish we could see Vitale's like full outfit in the good ending. It seems like it's mostly red. Like instead of being black with hints of red, it's red with hints of black. Some kind of fur collar going on here with roses in it. I'm assuming his heart is probably still exposed. Alright, let's see what's up. No, I do not. Uh-oh. Oh no, did I just... No, I thought I pressed load. Oh no. Oh no, okay, there is another... Okay. Fuck. Alright. There's another route. I'm not mad about it. I did suspect it. Whew. Would you look at that? Alright, so we're not done. We are not finished. How exciting. Where does Eros's route appear though? Now I have to look and find it. Is Eros's route just going to be about what happened between Eros and Psyche? There's only... It might be. Might be just a completely separate tale. I'm opening up the game again. Just so we can look. I'm glad I saved it. Otherwise we would have kind of been fucked up. How do we get to it? It's unlocked, but it's not here. I think I have to go back to the very beginning. I think I'm gonna have to restart the game from the beginning in order to see it. Year, Common and Eros. Okay. Well, the game's not over, and that means I have to make another outfit. I'm kind of excited about that. I think it'll be fun. In any case, I would like to say eat well, rest well, stay hydrated. I had fun. I did enjoy it. I am excited and nervous to see what the hell this is. I think we're gonna do it this week. I'll try to fit it in somewhere this week. Somehow. Not tomorrow. I need to get some work. I need to work. I need to work tomorrow. But there's tomorrow, there's Friday, there's Sunday. Maybe Sunday. Sunday might be the best. Sunday night, maybe. Yeah, I think Sunday night. Exciting though. I didn't want to, because like I said, knowing some of the inspo for this, some of the work that this artist is inspired by, I suspected that maybe there would be a secret route. So I'm excited to see what it's going to be about. I like the transition. I like the change up in the look. Very nice. Happy we got all the endings. Happy we got to see all the CGs. Everybody looked gorgeous and lovely. And hopefully you'll be with me to join me for not killing Eros in the future. Eat well, rest well, stay hydrated, and I'll see you in cyberspace.